Chapter 962. Mu Yu clenched his teeth, raised his head and met the village chief's gaze. After hesitating for a moment, his eyes dimmed as he said, "I didn't do it." He didn't want to go against his conscience and lie to the village chief because he came back this time to tell the village chief the truth. He didn't want to go against his conscience and lie to him. "Mu Yu, if you say that, how can the village chief believe us?" Xiao Shui reminded him. However, Mu Yu shook his head. He didn't want to rely on lying to gain the village chief's trust. "You didn't do it." Village chief Old Bu looked at Mu Yu in surprise. "Not all immortal masters are good people, and not all human demons are bad people. I've just grown up and am able to see further and understand things better," Mu Yu said calmly. The people of the third palace couldn't hear what Mu Yu and village chief Old Bu were talking about because Mu Yu was invisible to them. Jiu Ku was afraid of letting Mu Yu convince the old man, so he immediately said, "I already said, he's just a disguise." The palace envoy was already impatient. "Don't talk nonsense. Don't use your lightning arts. Let's capture this person first." As a great ascension stage expert, the palace envoy didn't have time to say anything to village chief Old Bu. "Capture me? Then go ahead and try." Mu Yu looked at the three people without fear. He had blood protecting him, so he wasn't afraid of the three people. However, 2 white soul beads had already appeared in front of the palace envoy. For the people of the third palace, the fewer soul beads they had, the stronger they were. The palace envoy only had 2 soul beads, so his cultivation was very strong. A scarlet blood energy had already appeared in the white soul beads and merged into the palace envoy's eyes. His eyes suddenly became a demonic blood-red color. Village chief Old Bu didn't see these actions at all. The soul technique of the third palace, reverse origin blood, was specially used to deal with Mu Yu's soul technique. It was obvious that the palace envoy was much more powerful than Qian Shange and Wn Shuiyao when using reverse origin blood. He easily controlled the changed soul power without breaking his original disguise. "Now I can take care of you." The palace envoy had already seen Mu Yu, and the white light in his hand flickered. In order to not arouse village chief Old Bu's suspicions, his blood-red soul power was mixed in with the white soul power, so that no one could see any abnormalities. Mu Yu's heart was also frightened. The palace envoy was the most powerful person he had ever seen in the third layer of the palace. The cultivation base of the Darching stage was far from what he could deal with now. The Sea Goblin King's domain magic weapon also immediately appeared in his hand. He originally had 4 domains, and now he had already used 3. Now he only had the Sea Goblin King's My Lord's Rise and Fall domain left. He didn't know what the palace envoy's domain ability was, but he knew that if they really fought, he definitely wouldn't be a match for a real Darching stage expert. "This time, you won't be able to escape." The palace emissary looked at Mu Yu coldly and released his domain aura. But at this moment, village chief Old Bu suddenly ran 2 steps in the air and stood in front of Mu Yu. "You are not allowed to touch my Mu Yu, Grandpa." Mu Yu was endlessly shocked. Village chief Old Bu extended his trembling hands that were emitting lightning and pointed them at the palace emissary and the others. He actually didn't have any confidence in his heart, because other than this last lightning art, he was just a mortal. But he still gathered his courage and said, "Of course I believe in my Mu Yu, because I watched you grow up. Your expression of admitting your mistake can't be faked. I'm not that old yet." Mu Yu laughed. "I knew that Grandpa had a discerning eye." "Of course, don't you know who I am?" Village chief snorted and then said, "Mu Yu, are those 3 really bad people? Why don't they look like it?" "Grandpa, look at the person who wants to make a move against me. Do his eyes still look like a good person?" Mu Yu reminded. Village chief Old Bu was also shocked when he saw the palace emissary's blood-red eyes. Even though the palace emissary had already tried his best to disguise his soul power, his eyes couldn't be disguised no matter what. That was a pair of eyes that were suffused with blood chi. It looked especially scary. "So these 3 people are the white chicken spirit. Don't worry, Mu Yu, you were most afraid of lightning when you were young. This time I will protect you. Kill these 3 white chicken spirits." Village chief Old Bu's hands were emitting lightning, and his confidence was also a lot stronger. White chicken spirits. Mu Yu was stunned, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he remembered the story of Moo Yu beat 3 white chicken spirits that village chief Old Bu had fabricated for him. The white chicken spirits in the story were also very cunning, and they changed into a family of 3 to sow discord between Moo Yu and the village chief. And the one who was deceived in the story was village chief Old Bu himself. In the end, the village chief noticed that something was wrong with the white chicken spirits, and only then did he understand that Moo Yu was a good child, and then he helped Moo Yu to kill the white chicken spirits. Even though it was nonsense, it was no different to the village chief. Yes, Moo Yu, don't worry, I won't be deceived like in the story, village chief Old Bu vowed solemnly. Moo Yu helplessly stood next to the village chief and said, "Grandpa, don't use this thunder art recklessly, listen to my command, otherwise this thunder art will be wasted, and once it is wasted, we will be in danger." The palace emissary frowned. When he saw that village chief Old Bu had chosen to believe Moo Yu, he didn't act rashly. The thunder art on village chief Old Bu was definitely not a joke, it was much stronger than his domain ability. It was a thunder art that combined the lightning art of Ni Lei Junren and the sword shadow dust wind formation technique. It was far from what he could withstand alone. "Lord Palace Emissary, that old man doesn't believe us, what should we do now?" Jiyuku asked. "Since the plan has failed, there is no need to pretend anymore. Just capture Moo Yu and the old man. They can only threaten us with this thunder art. As for Moo Yu's other domain abilities, there is no need to be afraid. As long as we avoid this thunder art, they will be like turtles in a jar." The palace emissary said coldly. Yes. White soul beads also appeared in front of Shihongi and Jiyuku. Jiyuku had 10 beads, and Shihongi only had 9. Scarlet blood chi was emitted from their soul beads. This blood chi was refined from the self-cultivators they had killed in advance, and was specially used to deal with Moo Yu. Now, every person from the third palace who was carrying out a mission outside would prepare a reverse origin blood in advance to deal with Moo Yu. Dark red blood mist floated out of the white soul beads. Shihongi and Jiyuku were not as proficient in using the reverse origin blood as the palace emissary. After they used this soul technique, the original holy light of their bodies was suddenly covered by a bloody light, like a blood-soaked demon. Ah! The white chicken spirit has shown its true form. Village chief Old Bu began to feel afraid again, because he knew that his thunder art could only be used one last time. If it did not hit anyone, then he could only be trampled on. "Grandpa, don't panic." The formation pattern under Moo Yu's feet had already emerged, connected to the village chief's body, and enveloped him in his own formation technique. "Moo Yu, I may not be able to control the thunder art. What if you are hurt by me?" Village chief Old Bu said worriedly. He had just electrocuted the middle-aged immortal master, and now he was still a little scared. He was afraid that his little Moo Yu would also be killed. "As long as you listen to my instructions, you won't hurt me." Moo Yu's 8 trigrams formation had already brought village chief Old Bu back step by step. At this time, the palace emissary, Shihongi, and Jiyuku also surrounded them, but they did not dare to get too close. They all carefully looked at village chief Old Bu's hands. As long as they could avoid this thunder art, the rest of the matter would be much easier to handle. Okay, village chief Old Bu's forehead was dripping with sweat. Usually, he would brag to the children in the village about how powerful immortal masters were, how they could destroy the heavens and earth and break cliffs with a wave of their sleeves. He was quite envious in his heart, but when he discovered that he had this ability, he was afraid that he would not be able to control it. "Grandpa, trust me, I will definitely protect you and leave," Moo Yu said firmly. Village chief Old Bu composed himself and nodded. "I know, Moo Yu is very powerful. Grandpa is not afraid." Moo Yu's expression was very solemn. The village chief's thunder art could only be activated once more, and the 3 people in front of him were afraid of this thunder art, so they did not dare to get too close. At this time, they had to ensure that they had time to escape when village chief Old Bu activated the thunder art. "Grandpa, as long as you don't leave the village, nothing will happen in the future, so I have to bring you closer to the village." Moo Yu directly brought the village chief and rushed in the original direction. As long as they reached the range of the flowing water village's formation, the village chief would at least be safe and would not be forcefully taken away, and Muyu would think of a way to deal with these three people. What about you? Don't do anything stupid, I'm not afraid of death, I can still protect you. Village chief Old Bu said seriously. Muyu knew that the village chief's words were true. When they first encountered the big grizzly bear, the village chief's grandfather was willing to sacrifice himself to lure it away, and now he was even more so. However, Muyu could not let anything happen to the village chief again. The village chief was the 9th immortal, and no accidents could happen to him. Not to mention, to Muyu, the village chief was a relative. I won't do anything stupid, I know what I'm doing. Muyu calculated the distance in his heart. He estimated the current position. The Sanchong Palace sent people to trick village chief Old Bu here, and this place was already quite far from the flowing water village, so he had to weigh the pros and cons of breaking out. However, the palace envoy had already expected Muyu's plan. A terrifying and powerful domain swept out, directly blocking the direction to the flowing water village. You want to go back? It's not that easy. The palace envoy did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, the white soul bead suddenly turned into specks of starlight, spreading out like ripples, instantly bombarding Muyu. As for Shi Hongyi and Ji Yuku, they had already seen the opportunity and left this area. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Wild Underworld 7 Arts. Chapter 963. The 7 white snakes that were hundreds of feet tall scared village chief Old Bu. After living for so long, he had never seen such a terrible thing. He even forgot that he still had lightning in his hands. The Darching Realm ability had already blocked the way to the village. Muyu could only take the village chief and keep retreating. If this went on, it would be impossible for the village chief to get the protection of the flowing water village's array. The entire void had been sealed by the palace envoy's realm ability. At this time, the palace envoy waved his hand and one of the huge snake heads roared and quickly bit towards Muyu. This snake head covered the sky and its body seemed to be integrated with the void. When it pounced over, it disappeared into the void, and when it reappeared, it was already behind them. Realm ability, Wild 7 Arts. In the realm, these 7 white snakes were everywhere. They only had their heads and their bodies were stored in the range of the realm, appearing everywhere. The snake head's attack speed was very fast and ripples appeared in the void. When Muyu reacted, the snake's stinky tongue had already bitten down. Muyu immediately took the village chief away, but when he just appeared, the snake head followed him like a shadow and bit down. If he didn't escape the range of the realm, he would be entangled by this elusive white snake and couldn't get away. Grandpa, listen to my instructions. When I tell you to release the lightning technique, release it. At this time, being entangled by the palace envoy's realm ability, Muyu couldn't break free with his speed. However, his speed was very fast and the array pattern covered the surroundings. Because the palace envoy was also afraid of the village chief's lightning technique, he didn't dare to get too close. Otherwise, Muyu wouldn't have a chance to deal with the palace envoy. Okay. Village chief Old Bu responded nervously. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was his first time fighting with others and he had no experience at all. He could only listen to Muyu's instructions. The cyan formation pattern suddenly spread out and covered both of the village chief's hands. The lightning merged into the formation pattern, making it look strange and dazzling. However, it also gathered all the lightning together, making the power of the lightning technique even more concentrated. Muyu kept dodging the white snake head. He had already brought the village chief to an angle. This angle just happened to put the palace envoy, Shi Hongyi, and Ji Yuku in the same line. Now, Muyu shouted. I'll fight it out with you. Village chief Old Bu also shouted. He closed his eyes and shook his hand. The terrifying lightning technique gathered in his hand again and was guided out from his hand. This lightning technique was destructive. The white snake head was annihilated in the lightning technique as soon as it appeared. The power of the lightning technique even tore the palace envoy's realm to pieces. The whole void once again erupted with an earth-shattering hissing sound. Countless lightning patterns flashed and rushed toward Ji Yuku at the front. This lightning technique that gathered the sword Shadow Dust Wind Array and the domain of Defying Thunder Immortal was so powerful that Jiu-Ku, who was only at the crossing calamity stage, couldn't block it at all. It was too late for him to escape. The palace envoy also roared and grabbed Jiu-Ku and Shihongi. His figure quickly retreated. Boom. The whole area shook again. The area within 100 miles was bombarded again. All the dust was covered by lightning. It was like a thunderstorm, which made people tremble in fear. The palace emissary appeared in the air with Jiu-Ku and Shihongi in a sorry state. However, Jiu-Ku's face was twisted in pain. His lower body had been charred by the lightning and only half of his body was left. If the palace emissary had not saved him, this terrifying lightning technique could have taken his life. Bastard! Jiu-Ku roared unwillingly. He eagerly said, I need to kill some people to replenish my soul power. No, everyone in the Moryun mountain range can't produce soul power after killing them. The sword Shadow Dust Wind has already protected the people in the Moryun mountain range. Wait until they leave the Moryun mountain range before killing them, the palace envoy said in a deep voice. Palace envoy, they escaped in that direction. Shihongi pointed to the east and said, they can't escape. The palace envoy snorted coldly. The flowing water village was in the west. If they fled to the east, they would obviously run in the opposite direction of the flowing water village's protective array. With the palace envoy's Mahayana stage cultivation, it was more than enough to catch up with Mu Yu and the others. Chase. The palace envoy took the two of them and chased in the direction of Mu Yu and the village. Village chief Old Cloth was already scared out of his wits. Just now, he had used the remnants of the thunder art in his body. At this time, he had turned back into an ordinary person. He was lying on Mu Yu's back, shivering. Mu Yu was carrying him on her back, using the power of slaughter to madly run. Mu Yu, why is your body so cold? Village chief Old Bu shivered. Mu Yu's killing power made his heart palpitate. Little Handsome, help! Mu Yu shouted. Little Handsome had already landed on village chief Old Bu's shoulder. A spirit energy wrapped around village chief Old Bu's body, isolating him from Mu Yu's killing aura. Village chief Old Bu felt a little better. Mu Yu's speed had already increased to the limit. However, at this time, the palace envoy's terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. After all, the palace envoy was a Mahayana stage cultivator. His speed was far faster than Mu Yu. He would probably catch Mu Yu and the others in half an hour. Not good. If this goes on, we will be caught by those three damned pretty boys sooner or later. Little Handsome shouted. I know, I am thinking of a way. Mu Yu's mind was filled with thoughts. He couldn't go in the direction of Fulong Mountain because there was a group of Yu Meng who didn't like war living in seclusion there. They would be a burden to them. However, now that the village chief had used his last protective lightning technique, they had already lost their most advantageous trump card. Mu Yu, if I am a burden to you, you should quickly put me down and run for your life. Grandpa can't let anything happen to you. Village chief Old Bu said worriedly. Don't be silly, Grandpa. You didn't abandon me when I was young. How can I abandon you now? Mu Yu said without hesitation. Village chief Old Bu hugged Mu Yu's neck tightly and said emotionally, my little Mu Yu said so. Grandpa is very happy. Even though Mu Yu was a good youth, in village chief Old Bu's eyes, Mu Yu was still the little Mu Yu who needed his protection. Don't be happy, they are catching up to us. Little Handsome shouted. The void behind them shook, and the palace envoy's silhouette appeared several thousand meters behind them. The Darching Realm's ability covered them once again. This time, without the lightning technique, let's see where you can run to. The palace envoy laughed wildly, and his realm's ability engulfed them once again. He wanted to capture Mu Yu. The white snake head hissed wildly and bit at them, as if it wanted to devour Mu Yu and village chief Old Bu. Mu Yu had already poured his spiritual power into the Sea Demon King's realm magic treasure, and activated the Sea Demon King's realm's ability. My lord rises and falls. In the Sea Demon King's realm, everyone would be like a lone boat sailing in the stormy sea. They wouldn't be able to control their direction accurately. Mu Yu had already used the realm's ability 3 times, and he was familiar with how to control this kind of realm's ability. This time, he used the Sea Demon King's realm's ability with great care, and he covered the area less than 10 meters around him with the realm's ability. When the giant snake head bit down, it was like biting the seawater. The seawater's resistance swung the snake head away, and it couldn't bite him. He left many paths of the Sea Demon King's realm's ability in his flight path, and as long as the palace envoy and the other two used this path to chase after Mu Yu, they would be affected by the Sea Demon King's realm's ability, and their speed would be slowed down. Sure enough, Mu Yu shook off the palace envoy once again, but this wasn't Mu Yu's realm's ability, and this realm's ability would allow them to escape for a quarter of an hour at most. Let's see how you can escape. The palace envoy also discovered the realm's ability left behind by Mu Yu while he was escaping, and these realms also gave him some trouble, but he quickly struggled free of the Sea Demon King's realm's ability, and he didn't chase after Mu Yu. Instead, he took a detour. But even though the palace envoy took a detour, his speed was still quite fast, and he instantly reached 100 meters behind Mu Yu. The annoying pretty boy has come again, Xiao Shuai shouted once again. Mu Yu estimated the distance between them, and he knew where he should run. It's now. Mu Yu felt that the distance between them wasn't too far, and he clenched his teeth. He staked everything on a single throw and used the Sea Demon King's remaining realm's ability, and 1,000 meters tall wall of waves appeared behind him. This giant wall was at least 100 meters tall, and it was aimed at the palace envoy. When the palace envoy entered the giant wall of waves, it was like he was swimming, and his speed was slowed down by the seawater. My lord, Chen Fu, has another ability. Don't underestimate the Sea Demon King. Mu Yu had seen the Sea Demon King use this realm twice, so he also knew how to perfectly use the My Lord, Chen Fu realm's ability. The palace envoy was entangled by this wave, and he was quite annoyed. Even though Mu Yu couldn't injure him, this realm's ability was the real deal of the Sea Demon King. Not only did it limit his speed, it also formed a bubble that wrapped the palace envoy inside. But Mu Yu used his realm's ability to deal with the palace envoy, and Ji Yuku and Shi Hongyi were able to catch up without any hindrance. Ji Yuku was incomparably furious when half of his body was cut off by the lightning art. His cultivation was originally higher than Mu Yu's, and now that Mu Yu used the Sea Demon King's realm's ability, most of the spiritual energy in his body was already consumed, and it was more than enough for the two of them to join hands and deal with Mu Yu. Let's see where you can run to this time, Ji Yuku said, full of anger. Even if he lost half of his body, his cultivation wouldn't be reduced by much, and the people of the third layer palace could survive as long as they had soul power. Shi Hongyi's cultivation was at the 8th layer of tribulation passing stage, and he was even more powerful than Mu Yu. Taking advantage of the time when Mu Yu's spiritual energy was exhausted, he stepped out and intercepted Mu Yu. What should we do? Mu Yu, can you beat the two of them? Village chief old Bu asked nervously. I'll try my best. Mu Yu panted heavily. He didn't have any confidence in facing these two people, but at least these two people weren't like Jiang Shongqiu and Xiong Higuan, who killed the entire city's people to obtain soul power to trap him. Chapter 964. Because Mu Yu had used the Sea Demon King's My Lord's Rise and Fall ability, the spiritual energy in his body was not enough for him to deal with Ji Yuku and Shi Hongyi at the same time. Not to mention, he still had the unarmed village chief to protect him. He could not truly let go of himself to deal with these two people. Little Handsome, help me protect Grandpa. The shadow clone sword had already appeared in Mu Yu's hand. Powerful sword Qi soared into the sky, stirring up the clouds and wind. Instantly, the entire sky surged with wind and clouds, and a terrifying vortex was quickly formed with the sword Qi as the center. A domineering and austere sword intent gathered with the sword Qi as the center. It was as if the heavens were about to send down an angry punishment that would destroy everything. Mu Yu's entire body was also enveloped by the powerful sword Qi. Little Handsome was not afraid of his thick skin, but the village chief was only a mortal and could not withstand this kind of sword Qi. Thus, Little Handsome quickly controlled his spiritual energy to isolate the village chief from Mu Yu's contact, allowing Mu Yu to deal with Ji Yuku and Shi Hongyi without any worries. The sword intent in the sky rumbled in the sky, and a violent aura covered the entire sky, causing Ji-Ku and Shi-Hongi to reveal serious expressions. However, they were powerful after all, and they immediately summoned their soul beads. The blood-colored soul beads filled the air in front of their chests, appearing incomparably demonic. Soul Technique Luo Yin, Heavenly Demon Seal. The 9 blood-colored soul beads in front of Shi-Hongi merged together in the air, forming a huge seal that was thousands of feet tall. It was like a mountain that could hold up a mountain, heavily pressing down on the surrounding space. It was as if the entire space could not withstand this mountain and was about to collapse. This mountain's aura was not inferior to Mu Yu's heavenly sword at all, because Shi-Hongi's strength and state were both better than Mu Yu's. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yu's sword Qi rumbled from the sky and descended from the 9 heavens, slashing towards Shi-Hongi who was blocking in front of him. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon seal above Shi-Hongi's head also surged with blood Qi, pressing down on the sword Qi in the sky. It was as if it wanted to compete with the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Suddenly, the earth shook again. Terrifying fluctuations swept out from the center of the two. The ground was completely destroyed and cracked. A nearby mountain range was directly razed to the ground. This loud noise had already attracted many self-cultivators in the Moyun mountain range, but none of them dared to come over because the overall strength of the self-cultivators in the Moyun mountain range was relatively low. Even though the immortal confinement prison had been lifted and the spirit energy had been restored, there were less than 10 people who had stepped into the nascent soul stage in the past few years. The nascent soul stage was not worth mentioning in front of this kind of battle. Mu Yu's sword Qi and Shi-Hongi's heavenly devil seal collided. Clearly, Shi-Hongi's heavenly devil seal was stronger. Mu Yu's face was already very pale. After using his domain ability, the spirit Qi in his body was unable to maintain the power of the heavenly sword. However, what was worse was that there was still Ji-Ku behind him. Soul Technique Luo Yin, 1000 Demon Sacred Beasts. Ji-Ku already hated Mu Yu to the bone. Just now, when he was facing the village chief's Thunder Dust Thunder Art attack, half of his body was destroyed by the overbearing thunder and lightning. His strength was greatly reduced, but even so, he was still an existence that could not be underestimated. Suddenly, countless soul power rushed out from the 10 soul pearls in front of his chest. These soul powers quickly formed a huge ferocious demonic beast in the air, which was hundreds of feet tall. This demonic beast looked like it was made up of countless demonic beasts. It had a brutal fierce wind tiger head, arrogant Qifeng eagle wings, and its entire body was covered in scales. It had 9 tails that were hundreds of feet long, and each tail was different. It had 6 legs, and each leg was made up of a different demonic beast's claws. This ferocious beast that was completely formed by soul power seemed to have gathered the body parts of the most powerful demonic beasts. It looked crazy and terrifying. The 1000 Demon Sacred Beast attacked Mu Yu from behind the moment Mu Yu's sword Qi slashed down. Village Chief Old Bu turned his head and saw the overwhelming number of demonic beasts. He was scared witless, but he didn't know where he got the courage to shout, "Don't hurt my family's Mu Yu." Then, he let go of his hand and turned around, wanting to use his body to help Mu Yu block this terrifying giant beast. However, his body was incomparably small in front of this giant beast that was hundreds of feet tall. A single claw of the 1000 Demon Sacred Beast was several times bigger than him. The sharp eagle claw bore the brunt of the attack and clawed at Mu Yu's back. Village Chief Old Bu was so scared that his legs went soft. However, he still wanted to use his body to block this demonic beast, just like when he brought Mu Yu out of Flowing Water Village and met the big grey bear in town. At this time, he really hoped that he still had the lightning art to help Mu Yu block this attack. Unfortunately, no matter how he urged it, there was no reaction from the lightning art in his body. However, Little Handsome, who was on Village Chief Old Bu's shoulder, had already rushed out. "I hate it the most when you talk about sacred beasts. Disgusting." Little Handsome stretched out his little claw. His little claw was as thin as a cicada's wing. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even be able to see it. However, Little Handsome's figure only leaped through the air, turning into a shadow. The palm-sized Little Handsome was nothing compared to the 100-feet-tall demonic beast. However, it was precisely because of his small body that Little Handsome had the advantage. "I'll chop off your perverted pig hands," Little Commander yelled. His figure had already swept past the eagle claw at the front. Little Commander's claws were incomparably sharp, but it was just an illusion. That indomitable and indestructible eagle claw was actually severed by Little Commander and annihilated in the air. However, Little Handsome's figure didn't slow down. He continued to scurry around the 1,000 demonic beasts' claws and tail. In the blink of an eye, the originally majestic and incomparably tall 1,000 demonic beast was directly cut by Little Handsome until only its tail, limbs, and headless torso was left. What? Jiu-Ku was shocked and furious. The powerful demonic beast that he summoned had an indestructible physique. Even a tribulation passing stage cultivator couldn't destroy it. However, he never thought that in front of this inconspicuous little beast, there would be no room for resistance. "Little guy, you want to compete with me with your claws? You overestimate yourself." Little Handsome laughed proudly. However, Jiu-Ku coldly snorted. Those broken limbs that Little Handsome cut off actually grew out from the 1,000 demonic beasts' wounds again, once again turning into a ferocious beast that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. And this time, Jiu-Ku's soul power swept towards Little Handsome, directly sending him flying. Little Handsome, this fellow, other than speed, sharp claws, and thick skin, had no cultivation at all. There was no way he could deal with the tribulation passing stage Jiu-Ku alone. "Aya, little guy, where are you? Be careful." Village Chief Old Bu nervously shouted. He couldn't see where Little Handsome was swept to, and at this time, that ferocious giant beast once again descended towards Mu. The wind heart-linking formation appeared under Mu's feet and wrapped around Little Handsome. An incomparably tyrannical sword chi also appeared in Little Handsome's body. "Old man fraud, cooperate with me." Little Handsome landed on Village Chief Old Bu's head from who knows where and whispered. "Okay, what should I do?" Village Chief Old Bu quickly said. "Raise your palms, just like when you used the thunder art," Little Handsome said. "But my immortal technique is already on cooldown," Village Chief Old Bu said straightforwardly. "Just raise your palms and use your ability to fool children. Otherwise, we will all be finished," Little Handsome quickly said. Village Chief Old Bu could only pretend to raise his palms like before and point them at Jiu-Ku. He felt a little stupid, but there was no other way but to listen to Little Handsome's instructions. Little Handsome's mysterious thunder fall. Little Handsome shouted in a childish voice, and a giant thunder sword that was 100 feet long suddenly soared into the sky. As soon as this thunder sword appeared, thunder patterns flashed in the air, and all of them merged into Village Chief Old Bu's body, illuminating Village Chief Old Bu into a blue flash. "Fraud Flash, it's your turn," Little Handsome said. Village Chief Old Bu was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly thought of something and shouted at Jiu-Ku, "If you dare to touch my little Mu, I will split your upper body today." As for the pretentiousness and whatnot, because he had done it often in the village, he was also very familiar with it. The inexplicable chi power came and went as he wished, as if he really had the thunder dust that could destroy heaven and earth once again. "How can it be? You can still use the thunder art." When Jiu-Ku saw the thunder art in Village Chief Old Bu's hands, he was scared out of his wits. Just now, the terrible thunder art had shattered his lower body, which really left a deep shadow on him. Seeing the blue formation pattern in Village Chief Old Bu's hands, he thought that Village Chief Old Bu still had the thunder art of immortal Ni in his body, so he immediately turned around and ran away. The 1,000 demons sacred beasts in the air also retreated and stood in front of him, trying to block the coming thunder art of Village Chief Old Bu. In the blink of an eye, Jiu-Ku had already jumped far away from Village Chief Old Bu, not daring to face Village Chief Old Bu's thunder art head-on. However, after he had escaped for a long distance, he realized that there was no terrifying shockwave that could destroy the heavens and earth behind him. He turned his head in bewilderment, only to find that the thunder mark on Village Chief Old Bu's body seemed to be somewhat different from before. Of course, the thunder pattern was different. Little Handsome was just pretending. The thunder sword had no power at all. It was just to gather the thunder pattern. Village head old Bu, on the other hand, kept his hand outstretched and a smug smile appeared on his face. He was thinking about how to organize his speech after this calamity was over and how he could brag to the little kids in the village about how he had scared away a powerful immortal master all by himself with a non-existent immortal technique. Oh no, it should be repelled. Repelled bravely and fearlessly. Little Tot, we will be invincible in the world if we cooperate. Village chief old Bu laughed. Of course, I like to play with the old man. Little Shuai sat on village chief old Bu's shoulder. His little claws extended a huge lightning sword, and he kept waving it in the air. But Mu shouted, Little Handsome, I can't hold on anymore. You protect Grandpa village chief. When Little Handsome used the Wind Zun Heart linking formation, it consumed Mu's spiritual power. Mu didn't have much spiritual power in his body. At this time, a part of it was extracted and turned into the thunder pattern, so it was even more difficult for him. You actually tricked me. Chapter 965. Jiu Ku rushed over from afar, and Mu's sword Qi began to be unable to block Shi Hongyi's heavenly devil seal, and was slowly collapsing. He clenched his teeth and pulled village chief. The huge sword Qi in his hand instantly vanished into nothingness as he rushed to the side. The heavenly demon seal instantly covered Mu, and the void seemed to be about to be crushed. Mu had already dodged very quickly, but he was still swept by the waves of the heavenly demon seal. He firmly protected the village chief, and the waves of the heavenly demon seal blasted on his back. He was heavily sent flying, and a trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ah, Mu, you're injured. It's all my fault, I'm really useless, I can't protect you, and I even dragged you down. Village chief old Bu's excitement had already passed, and when he saw Mu bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his heart ached, and he hurriedly reached out to wipe the blood off Mu's face. Since he was young, he had treated Mu as his own child. Now that he saw his child injured, he was extremely sad. Don't blame Grandpa. Just now you helped me scare away that half-ghost man, otherwise our situation would be even worse. The runes under Mu's feet moved, and with the help of the impact of the heavenly devil seal, he readjusted his direction and quickly escaped. At this time, Jiu Ku's 1000 devil sacred beast also came bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. He was scared away by village chief old Bu's non-existent thunder art, and now he was extremely angry. The 1000 devil sacred beast came down from the sky, and a long demonic scorpion tail swept over. Little scorpion, don't be so arrogant. Xiao Shuai shouted and jumped over to block Mu. This time, he didn't have time to rush over and cut off the scorpion tail. Obviously, Jiu Ku had learned his lesson and directly threw it at Xiao Shuai, and Xiao Shuai once again crashed into Mu's back. They once again used the powerful impact to distance themselves from Shi Hongyi and Jiu Ku. It hurts. Xiao Shuai touched his butt and howled on Mu's shoulder. Little Budian, you're so powerful. When village chief old Bu saw that little Shuai had actually been hit by the terrifying scorpion tail, he only touched his butt and howled. There was no wound at all, so he was extremely shocked. Being praised like this, Xiao Shuai immediately puffed out his chest, as if his buttocks didn't hurt anymore. He said, Old man, of course I'm awesome. Mu, let's do it again. With the help of their momentum, we can run faster. With that said, little Shuai leaped off Mu's shoulder and headed for the mountain-like sky devil seal. Its thick skin was indestructible and was specially made to withstand beatings. Mu was also helpless. To be honest, when Xiao Shuai bumped into his back just now, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Being bumped was no joke, but in order not to worry the village chief, he forcefully suppressed the mouthful of blood. Grandpa, hold on tight. Mu turned around and carried the village chief on his back again. Both of his hands quickly drew a cyan-colored formation pattern in front of his chest, forming an 8 trigrams formation. When Xiao Shuai was once again sent flying by the Sky Devil Seal, this time Xiao Shuai bumped into the 8 trigrams formation in front of Mu. The 8 trigrams formation's chaotic yin and yang immediately revolved and dissolved the huge impact into its own momentum to escape. And Mu Yu also didn't need to suffer as much as Xiao Shuai bumped into him. Only Xiao Shuai and Mu Yu could think of such a strange method, and only the two of them could do it, because Xiao Shuai was invulnerable to swords and spears. So far, there was nothing that could leave a wound on his body. This guy was not afraid of anything, even if he was steamed, roasted, struck by lightning or boiled in boiling water. Even if Xiao Shuai couldn't block the 1,000 demon beasts, he would never be defeated. The terrifying attacks of the Sky Devil Seal and 1,000 demon beasts were all absorbed by Xiao Shuai, and Mu Yu only needed to use his formation to dissolve the impact of Xiao Shuai. Under this kind of situation, the two of them were actually able to escape at an extremely fast speed, to an inconceivable degree. Thus, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A little beast bravely cried out and rushed towards the 1,000 Zhong Sky Devil Seal and 1,000 demon beasts. Then, it miserably cried out and fell onto Mu Yu's body. Then, it sent Mu Yu and the others flying. It was as if an invisible big hand was constantly helping Mu Yu escape. This kind of phenomenon was extremely strange. Xiao Budian, are you okay? Village chief Old Bu couldn't help but ask as he looked at Xiao Shuai, who was constantly being hit by the Sky Devil Seal and 1,000 demon beasts. Not good, my butt hurts. Xiao Shuai rushed out again with a sullen face. Shi Hongyi and Jiyu Ku finally realized that something was wrong. Mu Yu had just used his domain ability and resisted Shi Hongyi's attack. The spirit energy in his body had long been consumed. His speed should not be comparable to theirs, but why did it feel like the more they chased after him, the faster Mu Yu ran? Jiyu Ku, stop. They are cheating. Shi Hongyi roared. He also felt that it was unbelievable. After living for so long, he had never seen such a strange phenomenon. A little beast that was not afraid of death and had thick skin was really rare in the world. Jiyu Ku quickly stopped, and the 1,000 demon beasts also disappeared. Mu Yu wanted to dissolve Xiao Shuai's huge impact, but it also consumed a lot of spirit energy. At this time, he had been running all the way, and his spirit energy had been exhausted. He could not even maintain the 8 trigrams formation. The last time Xiao Shuai hit him, it directly shattered the 8 trigrams formation and hit Mu Yu's chest, breaking Mu Yu's ribs. Bang! Mu Yu and the others crashed into a beautiful mountain like sandbags. With a boom, they hit the ground. Mu Yu turned the village chief around in time and used the remaining spirit energy on the village chief to protect him. The whole mountain shook slightly, bringing up a cloud of dust. Mu Yu, are you okay? You silly child, you should have let me cushion you. Village chief Old Bu got up from the ground with heartache and quickly helped Mu Yu up. Mu Yu panted heavily. He couldn't use any strength now, but he still forced a smile and said, "Grandfather, how can you cushion me? My bones will fall apart if you touch me. You can still laugh at this time. Ah, your bones are broken." Village chief Old Bu was so scared that his face turned ashen. But at this time, a whistling sound came from the sky. Jiyu Ku and Shi Hongyi both stopped in the air and looked down at Mu Yu, who had fallen on the mountain top. "This time, you won't be able to escape," Shi Hongyi sneered. Mu Yu had been forced to a dead end by them. He couldn't even move. Village chief Old Bu stood in front of Mu Yu and shouted angrily, "You bunch of white chicken spirits, if you dare to touch a single hair on my Mu Yu, I'll fight you to the death." For the sake of Mu Yu's safety, the old village head had already thrown his life away. Mu Yu struggled to sit up, pulled the village chief's clothes, and leaned against a rock. He caught his breath and said, "I didn't plan to run anymore." A formation pattern stretched out of his hand and merged with the ground. Then, a formation pattern quietly drilled out of the ground and merged with village chief Old Bu's body. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's best if you don't run, but I'll cripple your legs." Jiyu Ku's lower body was completely gone, and he bore a grudge against Mu Yu. As he spoke, 2 white soul beads appeared in his hand. The soul beads quickly smashed towards Mu Yu's legs. "No." Village chief Old Bu protected Mu Yu with all his might, but Mu Yu wasn't nervous at all. He only looked at Jiyu Ku with some ridicule. "I don't need to run, I don't think the two of you have figured out where this place is, right? Mu Yu revealed a smile, not worried at all. Just as the soul beads were about to break Mu Yu's legs, the entire mountain suddenly trembled. Then, the soul beads that fell from Ji Ku actually disappeared into the void. They disappeared into thin air without any foresight. The two soul beads actually lost contact with Ji Ku. How can this be? Ji Ku was shocked. The power of his attack was extremely great, and he had already predicted that Mu Yu wouldn't be able to resist it in his current state. However, the two soul beads that he used to attack had inexplicably disappeared. What was going on? That's not right. Something feels strange. Shi Hongyi felt that something was wrong, because under the impact of their terrifying power, even an ordinary mountain would be cut in half. However, when Mu Yu crashed heavily into the ground, he only smashed a large hole in the soil. The entire mountain only trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, nothing happened. Even the ground didn't crack. Not to mention that Ji Ku's two soul beads had suddenly disappeared in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu, I'm still alive, right? Village chief Old Bu had originally used his body to block Mu Yu. He wanted to take the blow for Mu Yu, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel any pain. He thought that death had come too quickly and he didn't even notice it. Mu Yu patted the village chief's shoulder and comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry. We're alive and well, but this half-human ghost might not be. These two little white ghosts are dead for sure. Xiao Shui climbed up from the ground with a dirty face and stood angrily on the big rock. He put his hands on his waist and shouted at Ji Ku and Shi Hongyi. This is my home. You can't behave atrociously in my home. Mu Yu lay comfortably on the rock. Countless mellow spirit energy surged from the ground and gathered into his body. The black and white spirit energy also quickly healed his injuries. The surrounding scene was still so familiar, but the weeds grew a little more luxuriantly, and the trees were also very vigorous. A familiar smell assailed his nose, causing Mu Yu to be absent-minded. It was as if he had returned to the carefree time of the past. The carefree time when he cultivated and played with his fellow disciples. This was Luochen Mountain. Mu Yu had returned to Luochen Mountain. He had returned to his second home. He had been fleeing from Xiao Shui along the way, but the escape route was very clear. If he couldn't return to Flowing Water Village, then in the entire Moyun mountain range, the safest place was Luochen Mountain. Chapter 966. In Mu Yu's heart, Luochen Mountain was a very important place to him. It carried many of his beautiful memories and was a holy land in his heart. He did not live in a sect where everyone tried to cheat each other, nor did he live in a sect where every disciple had to set each other up, flatter each other, form gangs, where those with high cultivation base scolded those with low cultivation base as trash, where they had to think of ways to kill their fellow disciples, and where they would kill each other for a few spirit stones and magical weapons. On the contrary, Mu Yu lived in a paradise. There was no fighting and scheming here. There was only an easygoing and kind master, a strict and old-fashioned Enshu who made terrible dishes, and mischievous and noisy fellow disciples who got along well with each other. Everyone helped each other, cultivated together, and caused trouble together. They were happy and played around. At night, they enjoyed the night breeze on the cliff and listened to their master tell them all kinds of interesting stories. Even after they grew up, every disciple of Luochen Mountain walked different paths because of their different beliefs. But in their hearts, there was something that they cared about, something that belonged to Luochen Mountain. Luochen Mountain was their roots. No matter how much they rebelled, they would never forget their fellow disciples at Luochen Mountain. They would never forget their master and uncle An at Luochen Mountain. They would do their best to protect everyone at Luochen Mountain. And Luochen Mountain was also protecting them. Not only did it carry everyone's feelings, it also had an incomparably powerful protective array set up by their master. After Mu Yu entered Luochen Mountain, the one thing that Ji Ku and Shi Hongyi shouldn't have done the least was to attack Mu Yu. The wind gently blew across Luochen Mountain. A mysterious power seemed to condense in the air. Countless array patterns appeared in the air. The soul bead that Jiu Ku had thrown at Mu Yu's broken leg was also reproduced. Its power was exactly the same as the one Jiu Ku had used, completely duplicating his opponent's attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The soul beads drew 2 afterimages in the air and were already rushing towards Jiu Ku. How can this be? Jiu Ku was shocked. He didn't expect his attack to be reflected. What made him even more shocked and angry was that these 2 soul beads were clearly his soul techniques, but now they were uncontrollably attacking him. Bang! Jiu Ku summoned the soul orb beneath him in time to block the 2 soul orbs that had bounced back. After blocking them, the 2 soul orbs were back in his hands. What happened just now? Shi Hongyi asked, puzzled. Whether it was Jiu Ku or Shi Hongyi, the 2 of them had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Why did Jiu Ku's soul orb break free from his control in an instant? I don't know. This place gives me a very strange feeling. Jiu Ku said in a deep voice. The 2 of them weren't array masters, but they could see that the array technique seemed to be working. However, in their impression, array techniques had never been so strange. Of course, they didn't understand that Luochen Mountain was the place where Jian Ying and Chen Feng lived in seclusion. How could they allow a group of clowns to behave atrociously? Grandpa, sit down and rest. It's okay. Mu Yu comforted him. Village chief Old Bu climbed up from Mu Yu's body in bewilderment and turned to look at Mu Yu and Shi Hongyi. He sat down beside Jiu Ku and Shi Hongyi doubtfully and asked, Mu Yu, are we going to sit here and wait for death? No, we're going to sit here and watch the show. Mu Yu laughed. The protective array formation of Luochen Mountain was very powerful. It was personally set up by his master. With the spiritual Qi as the foundation of the array formation, it was extremely complicated. Although Mu Yu couldn't set up such a powerful array formation, he knew how to use it. When he first came here, he had integrated the village chief's aura into the array formation, allowing the array formation to accept the village chief. Xiao Shuai had already jumped onto the rock and provoked loudly, You 2 little white ghosts, dirty and disgusting. Come over if you have the ability. Why don't you dare to make a move? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you afraid now? You're really useless. If you're afraid, go home and find your master. You 2 rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs dare to make a move on us. You're courting death. Jiu Ku and Shi Hongyi were instigated by Xiao Shuai and their hearts were already full of anger. Just now, they couldn't catch up with Mu Yu, who was clearly a strong crossbow. Now, Xiao Shuai was pointing at their noses and scolding them. There was no need to mention how angry they were. If you're courting death, then don't blame me. Jiu Ku was the first to be unable to stand it. His lower body had been struck by the thunder art just now. After being provoked by Xiao Shuai, the 10 soul orbs in front of him suddenly split into 2 again. Soul technique Luo Yin, 1000 demon sacred beast. The strange demon beast that was hundreds of feet tall once again appeared in the air. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air above Luochen Mountain. Its huge claws seemed like they would tear the sky apart in an instant. The entire Luochen Mountain could be cut in half by its tail. The 1000 demon sacred beast roared angrily. All kinds of strange claws and tails covered the sky as they fell towards Mu Yu on Luochen Mountain. In order to take revenge, Jiu Ku had already used all his strength. In his opinion, Mu Yu and Xiao Shuai were just bluffing. However, just as the destructive demon beast's claws and tail were about to smash into Mu Yu's body, array patterns appeared in the air around Mu Yu. The array patterns surged and rippled. Then, the 1000 demon sacred beast disappeared into the void again, leaving no trace behind. Jiu Ku widened his eyes in disbelief. He found that he had lost control of the soul orbs again. Soul technique Luo Yin, heavenly demon seal. Shi Hongyi shouted. The mountain-like heavenly demon seal grew in the wind. It was much taller than the entire Luochen Mountain. This heavenly demon seal would probably crush everything wherever it smashed. In his eyes, no matter how powerful Luochen Mountain was, it would absolutely not be able to withstand his full-strength attack. However, a ripple appeared in the sky above Luochen Mountain again. The heavenly demon seal smashed down from the sky as if it had smashed into a bottomless pit. It was completely devoured, and no soul power was left behind. Shihongi's face was also filled with disbelief. The scene in front of him was too unbelievable. If an indestructible barrier had appeared in Luochen Mountain to block this attack, he might have reluctantly accepted it. However, it was just a ripple, and his attack had completely disappeared. Jiyu-ku and Shihongi were already beginning to panic. They had killed countless people in the cultivation world and encountered any unexpected situations, but they had never encountered such a situation. Their attacks had actually disappeared without a trace. This was really unreasonable. However, what surprised them even more was that the two of them had been firmly locked onto by a familiar and dangerous aura. It was dangerous because the power of this aura was comparable to their own. It was familiar because this aura came from the same source as them. An 8 trigrams array appeared in front of Mu Yu. The 8 trigrams array had his hands as the center and was moving subtly. The array patterns around Luochen Mountain rippled out and interconnected with Mu Yu's 8 trigrams array. In the past, I wasn't an array master, so I didn't know how to control this array. However, it's different now. Mu Yu looked indifferently at Jiyu-ku and Shihongi. Mu Yu had learned the array, and the array here also sealed Mu Yu's aura, so Mu Yu didn't need to deduce it. Everything flowed naturally, and he naturally knew how to control this array. Although he hadn't recovered much of his spiritual energy, he didn't rely on his own spiritual energy to control the array formation. He was only temporarily acting as the array core of the array formation, so he could control the spells that were absorbed by the array formation. Our Luochen Mountain doesn't like foreign trash, so it's better to return it to you. Mu Yu moved his fingertips, and Shihongi's heavenly devil seal and Jiyu-ku's 1,000 demonic beasts suddenly appeared in the air, locking onto themselves at the same time. The only difference was that Shihongi's heavenly devil seal locked onto Jiyu-ku, and the 1,000 demonic beasts locked onto Shihongi. If no one was controlling the mountain protecting array, it would only automatically return the spell to the caster. However, under Mu Yu's deliberate control, he swapped the spells of the two people. Jiyu-ku looked at the heavenly demon seal in shock. The power of the heavenly demon seal was exactly the same as the one Shihongi had used just now. There was no more power or less power. It was a real soul technique from Shihongi. Shihongi, what are you doing? Jiyu-ku roared. His cultivation couldn't compare to Shihongi's, and now that he was seriously injured, how could he block Shihongi's heavenly devil seal? When he saw the heavenly devil seal falling towards him, he immediately wanted Shihongi to take it back. However, the soul spell had already escaped their control. Shihongi didn't have any ability to control the heavenly devil seal that suddenly appeared in the air. When he wanted to block his soul spell, Jiyu-ku's 1,000 demonic beasts pounced on him. Even if Jiyu-ku's 1,000 demonic beasts weren't his match, if he didn't deal with this 1,000 demonic beasts, he would definitely be seriously injured. Without thinking too much, he waved his hand and raised his powerful soul power to block the 1,000 demonic beasts. Boom! Shihongi could block Jiyu-ku's 1,000 demonic beasts, but Jiyu-ku wasn't so lucky. Jiyu-ku's cold sweat had already fallen. He gritted his teeth and wanted to block Shihongi's heavenly devil seal. Unfortunately, the heavenly devil seal was incomparably powerful in his eyes, far beyond what he could bear. With an unwilling scream, the upper half of Jiyu-ku's body was directly smashed by the heavenly devil seal. His entire body seemed to have cracked open, revealing white soul power all over his body, as if it was about to seep out. Following that, an earth-shaking sound rang out. Jiyu-ku was directly blown into thousands of pieces, and even his soul was directly annihilated under the heavenly devil seal. By the time Shihongi wanted to help, it was already too late. He could only watch as Jiyu-ku died at the hands of his heavenly devil seal. After the heavenly devil seal destroyed Jiyu-ku, the remaining fluctuations flowed out and blasted into the distant mountains, raising the outer mountains of Luochen Mountain to the ground. Following that, the heavenly devil seal turned back into a soul bead and re-established a connection with Shihongi. How could this be? Shihongi was furious. Even though he had regained control of the heavenly devil seal, he still couldn't calm down. Jiyu-ku's death had a huge impact on him. How could he have thought that this mountain would be so strange? Those who offend my Luochen mountain will be punished by all evils. Chapter 967. Village Chief Old Bu was also so scared that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. He pulled his beard twice, and after confirming that this was not a dream, he shouted in relief, "You two white chicken spirits, you even fought among yourselves. You deserve to die." Although Village Chief Old Bu was only a mortal, he knew who the Great Seal of Mountains and the ferocious demonic beast belonged to. Jiu Ku had died under Shi Hongyi's Great Seal of Mountains. He didn't know the mystery of this mountain, so he took it for granted that the two of them were fighting each other for credit. Shi Hongyi's face was already distorted. He looked at Mu Yu with resentment, but he didn't dare to make a move again. However, at this time, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Luochen mountain, and the Darching Stage Palace Envoy had already appeared beside Shi Hongyi. Bastard! The Palace Envoy's face was very ugly. He had just been entangled by the Sea Demon King's domain ability for a moment, and when he rushed over, he just happened to see Shi Hongyi's heavenly demon seal destroy Jiu Ku and kill his own people. "My lord, this is not my..." Shi Hongyi quickly explained. It was true that Jiu Ku died at the hands of his heavenly demon seal, but the heavenly demon seal just now was not controlled by him at all. The palace envoy also didn't know the mystery of Luochen Mountain. To be honest, even Bai Jie didn't know about the powerful mountain protecting array of Luochen Mountain. He only saw Shi Hongyi's heavenly demon seal kill Jiu Ku, but didn't see what happened before. The palace envoy's face was gloomy as he angrily rebuked, "I asked you to capture the two of them, not to kill your own people. If it weren't for the lack of manpower now, I would definitely not forgive you." Shi Hongyi felt that he couldn't defend himself. He could only swallow his anger and stare at Mu Yu with resentment, as if he wanted to cut Mu Yu into pieces. Mu Yu was a little scared in his heart. The mountain-protecting Great Array could block the Crossing Calamity stage, but he didn't know if it could block the Darching Stage Palace Envoy. After all, when the Darching Stage Palace Envoy made a move, they had the ability of a domain, and he didn't know if the mountain-protecting Great Array could simulate the characteristics of a domain. If it couldn't, then things would be tricky. The palace envoy gloomily looked at the two people who were sitting against a rock. He was extremely annoyed. He had thought that since he had come personally and brought two extreme celestials with him, even if Mu Yu had appeared, he would have a high chance of winning. However, he didn't expect that Mu Yu would have so many tricks up his sleeves. Just now, he had even relied on the Sea Demon King's domain power to forcefully obstruct him for a while. "This time, let's see what else you can do," the palace emissary said coldly. He could also see that Mu Yu was already at his wit's end and could not do anything else. Shi Hongyi hurriedly said, "Sir, this place is strange. There is a strange array here that can absorb..." "Shut up. Don't find excuses for your failure." The palace emissary did not want to listen to Shi Hongyi's explanation. Today, he was very annoyed by Mu Yu. In any case, he was a dignified Mahayana stage cultivator. He had personally dispatched people, but not only did he not catch the ninth person of eternal life, he was also repeatedly disrupted by Mu Yu. Now that he saw that Mu Yu and the ninth person of eternal life had been forced into a desperate situation, his patience had already reached its limit. He only wanted to catch Mu Yu and the ninth person of eternal life so that he could report back to the palace emissary. Shi Hongyi was at a loss after being scolded. He wanted to remind the palace emissary that there was a trap in the array here. However, the palace emissary was already dissatisfied, so he tactfully shut his mouth. He thought that with the palace emissary's Mahayana stage strength, he should not be restricted by Mu Yu's array. "Are you two going to surrender yourselves or do you want me to do it myself?" the palace emissary said coldly. "Idiot, where do you get the confidence to say these words? Don't you think it's ridiculous when you say this sentence? Can't you say something new? Why do you have to talk nonsense? Annoying." Little Shuai scolded unceremoniously. The palace emissary's face twitched, and the power of the domain erupted. The space seemed to be crushed, and the entire Luochen mountain trembled slightly as if it was under great pressure. Mu Yu's face was solemn. Although he could barely control the mountain-protecting great array set up by his master, he was not completely familiar with the overall situation of the mountain-protecting great array. He was not very clear, so it was not clear whether it could withstand the attack of a Mahayana stage expert. At this time, the palace emissaries' wild 7 unique skills burst out. 7 huge white snakes poked their heads out of the air and surrounded Luochen Mountain from all directions. Then, they bit down on Mu Yu together, wanting to tear down the entire Luochen Mountain. There was a loud explosion in the air, and the spirit energy became restless. Luochen Mountain seemed to have experienced an earthquake. It was already in a precarious situation under the pressure of the Mahayana stage. Mu Yu could not move. Even if he moved, he could not escape at all. Buzz! A golden formation pattern rushed out from the bottom of the mountain. The golden formation pattern enveloped Luochen Mountain as if it was plated with a layer of film. Then, Mu Yu was delighted. He already understood what this golden formation pattern represented. Formation technique, so close, yet worlds apart. He did not expect that his master had hidden so close, yet worlds apart here. This formation was at the bottom of Luochen Mountain. Even Mu Yu did not notice it at first. The palace emissaries' wild 7 unique skills pounced on Luochen Mountain from different directions. The 7 huge snake heads covered half the sky. They kept biting down, and the downward momentum did not weaken. However, they were unable to break through the golden formation pattern. It was clearly just a short distance away, but it seemed to be at the end of the earth. At this time, the mountain-protecting great array of Luochen Mountain flashed out again. This time, Mu Yu did not control it because so close, yet worlds apart was activated by the formation technique. The ability of the mountain-protecting great array was beyond the scope of Mu Yu's control. Ripples appeared in the sky above Luochen Mountain and merged into the golden formation pattern. Then, it swallowed up the palace emissary's wild 7 unique skills. What? The palace emissary was deeply shocked. However, at this time, the mountain-protecting great array moved again. The wild 7 unique skills had been transferred out. The 7 huge snake heads that originally surrounded Luochen Mountain actually appeared around the palace emissary. This time, the target of the 7 snake heads was changed to the palace emissary. Damn it! The palace emissary was almost caught unprepared. However, he was a great ascension stage expert after all. Moreover, he was very familiar with his own techniques and knew how to escape the wild 7 unique skills. He reached out and tore the void, pulling Shi Hongyi away. Then, the 7 huge snake heads fiercely collided in the air, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Billowing waves of air swept out. These waves swept out and the periphery of Luochen Mountain had been turned into nothingness. However, the inside of Luochen Mountain was completely intact. So close, yet worlds apart's formation had blocked all of the violent waves. The palace emissary and Shi Hongyi both appeared in a distressed state in the distance. The palace emissary finally understood what Shi Hongyi wanted to say. This Luochen Mountain's formation was quite terrifying. It could actually absorb their soul technique and imitate it again. Mu Yu breathed a sigh of relief again. He didn't expect that in order to protect everyone in Luochen Mountain, his master had laid down so many powerful protective formations. His heart was extremely moved. Even though Luochen Mountain had changed, this place was still a harbor, waiting for them to return home at any time, sheltering them from the wind and rain. Lord Palace Emissary, Jiyu Ku was killed just like this. Shi Hongyi saw that the palace emissary had almost suffered a loss and finally had the confidence to explain the reason. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain why Jiyu Ku died under his heavenly demon seal. The palace emissary's face was gloomy. The strength of this mountain-protecting formation was far beyond his imagination. Before coming here, Bai Jie had warned him that Moyun mountain range was not a simple place. Now that he thought about it, it was more than not simple. It was simply a hard bone to chew. Flowing Water Village was set up with a formation that blocked the entrance of the 3-layered palace. The 9th person with eternal life had a powerful thunder art domain protecting him. Even if the people in Moyun mountain range were killed by them, they wouldn't be able to produce soul power for them to use. Not to mention, there was such an extremely strange mountain that could intercept his Mahayana stage domain ability. Little guy, how can you bunch of jumping white chicken spirits have any ideas about the things left behind by my white-bearded old man? Hurry up and go back. Little Shuai put his hands on his waist and scolded arrogantly. That's right. You bunch of white chicken spirits have done all kinds of evil. You've gone too far. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? Village Chief Old Bu also stood up and straightened his back. He and Little Shuai pointed at the palace emissary and Shi Hongi and scolded. The two of them weren't injured just now. Village Chief Old Bu was just frightened, and Little Shuai was thick-skinned and couldn't be killed. Therefore, the two of them were full of energy and began to provoke the palace emissary back to vent the bad luck of being chased. Compared to the two of them, Mu Yu wasn't in the mood to provoke the maggots of the three-layered palace. He sat cross-legged on the spot and quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual power to heal the injuries in his body. There were many spirit-gathering formations in Luochen Mountain that could be used. Mu Yu knew how to activate the spirit-gathering formations. The palace emissary and Shi Hongi's faces were very angry, but they didn't dare to act rashly. With the previous example, they knew that Mu Yu and the ninth person with eternal life had already entered the safe zone. They couldn't do anything to them anymore. The palace emissary pondered for a moment. It was impossible for them to thoroughly study Jian Ying and Chen Feng's formations. He then said to Shi Hongi, "Go back and ask the Lord. Ask the Lord to tell us how to break this formation. Tell the Lord about the situation here and let the Lord make the decision." "Yes, Lord." Shi Hongi accepted the order and didn't ask anything else. He just fiercely glared at the old and small beast who were cursing at Luochen Mountain before leaving. "It doesn't matter, I have plenty of time to waste with you. I can't do anything to you, but you can't escape either." The palace emissary coldly snorted. He sat cross-legged on the void formation and watched Mu Yu's every move. The palace emissary was ready to wait. As long as Mu Yu and the ninth person with eternal life left Luochen Mountain, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. Little Shuai went and asked, "Mu Yu, if Bai Jie personally comes, can our formation still hold?" "I'm not sure." Chapter 968. It had been a long time since anyone lived in Luochen Mountain. Many places were covered with weeds, but the thatched huts on Luochen Mountain were still there. Even the furnishings inside hadn't changed. Mu Yu relied on the spirit-gathering formation of Luochen Mountain and his abnormal recovery ability of black and white spirit power. It only took him a day to recover. However, he couldn't leave Luochen Mountain now because once he left the protection of Luochen Mountain, he would have to face the Grand Ascension Stage Palace Envoy. With Mu Yu's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to defeat the Palace Envoy. On Luochen Cliff, Mu Yu and Village Chief Old Bu were sitting under the old banyan tree, looking into the distance. "You massacred an entire city?" Village Chief Old Bu was shocked. This news scared him quite a bit. "This isn't true, is it?" Village Chief Old Bu found it hard to accept this fact. In the stories he and the other children told in the past, Mu Yu was a great hero who saved people. How could such a person do such a terrible thing as massacring an entire city? "It's true, so I hope grandfather can understand what kind of person I am. I don't want to hide it from you." Mu Yu smiled bitterly. Telling the truth was a very cruel thing, but he had to do it. Only by telling the truth could he pass the heart tribulation. Village Chief Old Bu was a little flustered. But how could you do such a thing? You promised me that you would be a good immortal master to fight against human." The village chief still couldn't believe that the kind child of the past would do such a terrible thing. That was an entire city of people. Especially when Village Chief Old Bu heard that when Yuman attacked Dongsho City, Mu Yu didn't choose to help the people of Dongsho City and instead massacred all the cultivators, his mouth almost couldn't close. Mu Yu was silent for a moment and said, "I can't be a good immortal master. Maybe it's because I grew up and saw a lot of things. Grandfather, I'm sorry." As people grew older and saw more of the ways of the world, many of their views would change. Their childhood dreams would eventually be shattered by reality, and they would embark on a different path. Xiao Shui interrupted, "Old faker, think about it. If those Dongsha city self-cultivators hadn't gone overboard, how could Mu Yu have killed them? If you ask me, they only have themselves to blame. In order to survive, they wanted to send Mu Yu and Yuman to their deaths. Do you think that was the right thing to do?" When the old village chief heard that, he clenched his fists and said angrily, "The people of Eastern Sand City want you to die. How could they have such thoughts? You could have saved them." Mu Yu calmly replied, "When I was young, I thought I could save the world. But when I grew up, I realized that not everyone was worth saving. The only people I can save are those I care about." A cool breeze blew through the banyan tree on Luochen Cliff, rustling it. The warm sunlight shone through the branches and leaves, sprinkling the two of them with scattered light. It was comfortable and natural. For a moment, no one spoke. Village Chief Old Bu looked at Mu Yu uneasily. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, "When you do something, you will definitely consider whether you are doing the wrong thing or not, right?" Mu Yu took a deep breath and then nodded. "I don't think it was wrong to kill them." Village Chief Old Bu closed his eyes. His expression was slightly puzzled, but in the end, he smiled and patted Mu Yu's shoulder. "Since you think it was right, then I won't bother about it. Because when little Mu Yu does things, I'm very assured." Just like when Village Chief Old Bu chose to believe in Mu Yu after learning of Mu Yu's ability to control wood, now Village Chief Old Bu also believed in Mu Yu. A warm current spread in Mu Yu's heart. The power that had been sealed in his body for a long time finally began to circulate around his meridians. The aura of the Tribulation Realm also spread out, but it was forcefully concealed by Mu Yu. He didn't want to reveal his cultivation in front of Village Chief Old Bu. Even though he was now a young man and had great strength in the cultivation world, in front of Village Chief Old Bu, he was just a child. "Thank you, Grandpa." Mu Yu's worries finally disappeared. When facing enemies, Mu Yu had learned to kill decisively. But when facing people close to him, he was an optimistic child. It didn't matter if he could never grow up. He knew how to choose. "So you said that I'm the 9th person with eternal life. Does this mean that I won't die?" Village Chief Old Bu said thoughtfully. "Yes, Grandpa. As long as you don't suffer a fatal injury, you can live forever. So everyone will do their best to protect you. I will also do my best to protect you," Mu Yu said seriously. Then, Mu Yu asked curiously, "To be honest, Grandpa Village Chief, how long have you lived?" Village Chief Old Bu stroked his beard and blinked. "I'm 121 years old this year. No wonder I've lived for so long. I thought it was because of my good living habits. You know, I go to bed early and wake up early every day. I have a regular life. When people ask me about my health secrets, I tell them that I have to get up and do morning exercises every morning. It's good for the body. My body stopped aging when I was 70 years old. I always believed that it was because I did morning exercises." Mu Yu burst out laughing. When he was young, Village Chief Old Bu would gather everyone to do morning exercises before telling them a story. He would ask them to stretch their legs, shake their hands, and shake their butts. He also shouted the slogan, "Do morning exercises. It's good for the body. You won't get old if you jump around." When he was young, he learned it quite well. The other children also learned it very seriously. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had been fooled again. In short, people with eternal life are very important to this world. Those white chicken spirits want to harm you, so you can't have any accidents. Mu Yu said seriously. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had warned me earlier, I wouldn't have been tricked out of Flowing Water Village." Village Chief Old Bu said unhappily. "Grandpa, because this matter is very important, and you're a mortal. I was worried that you would get carried away by telling stories to the children every day. Usually, cultivators would go to every village to look for people with spiritual roots that can cultivate. If this matter were to spread to the ears of cultivators, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? So at that time, I thought about it and decided not to tell you." Mu Yu explained. Village chief old Biyu's face turned red. He smiled a little awkwardly. He realized that Mu Yu's worries were not without reason. Moreover, you're always so respectful of cultivators. Even if you knew about this matter at that time, when Sanchong Palace sent people to deceive you and say that something happened to me, you would definitely believe them without hesitation, right? So it didn't matter if I told you or not. Mu Yu smiled. When village chief old Biyu heard that Mu Yu had been bewitched by human, he immediately panicked and directly believed the words of the white-clothed cultivator. That was why so many unnecessary things happened. I was worried about you. Village chief old Biyu muttered. Actually, as long as village chief old Biyu didn't leave Flowing Water Village, nothing would happen to him. This was because Mu Yu's master had arranged a very powerful array, which was specially used to guard against the people of Sanchong Palace. Moreover, at that time, Mu Yu didn't think too much about it. He thought that Sanchong Palace would never think that the 9th person with immortality was in Moyun Mountain Range. Unfortunately, the people of Sanchong Palace were too powerful. They were still discovered by the other party. Of course I know you were worried about me. You're worried about me. It's good that you're fine. I'll protect you well in the future. Mu Yu smiled. Village chief old Biyu raised Mu Yu. Mu Yu also respected village chief old Biyu very much. However, village chief old Biyu suddenly shouted, "Ah? If I don't die, then won't you die? Then won't I have to send off my own child in the future?" Village chief old Biyu looked at Mu Yu with sad eyes. It was as if Mu Yu was already lying in a coffin with a heartbroken look. In his mind, the scene of him lying on Mu Yu's coffin and crying bitterly appeared. Mu Yu felt goosebumps all over his body when he was stared at by village chief old Biyu. He touched his head and felt a headache coming on. "Grandpa, I'm still alive. Don't be sad. You should wait until I'm dead to make such an expression." Xiao Shui also laughed. Besides, Mu Yu is also a person with immortality. Ah! So Mu Yu is also a person with immortality. What a coincidence. That's great. This way, when the two of us are old, we can sit in the village and take turns telling stories to the children. You tell stories on the first day of every month, and I'll tell stories on the second day of every month. Village chief old Biyu's sad expression was swept away. In the blink of an eye, he was beaming with joy again. Mu Yu rubbed his temples. He felt a little dazed. Village chief old Biyu's thought process was too fast. Luckily, it was Mu Yu. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to keep up with village chief old Biyu's thoughts. If there's a chance, I'll accompany you to tell stories. Mu Yu smiled. He didn't tell village chief what he was going to do in the future. Village chief old Biyu didn't know what Mu Yu was thinking, but he showed an excited expression. "Oh right, you said that I can't die. Can I be like you and become an immortal master? I realized that I like the battle of wits with those white chicken spirits just now." Village chief old Biyu stretched out his hands again as if he was going to release the thunder art. Although the situation yesterday was urgent, he had at least satisfied the addiction of being an immortal. Unfortunately, the thunder art domain in his body had been used up. "Grandpa wants to be an immortal master?" Mu Yu was stunned. "Yes. I'm already a person with immortality. Can't I be an immortal master? This way, I'll have a long time to become stronger like you. Grandpa can be your disciple." Village chief old Biyu's eyes were filled with eagerness. It was quite interesting to be the disciple of a child he raised. Mu Yu hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Grandpa, you can't be an immortal master." When Mu Yu found out that village chief was the 9th person with immortality, he was also shocked. He wanted to find a way to guide village chief old Biyu's cultivation so that he could protect himself. However, when Mu Yu secretly checked village chief old Biyu's body, he found that village chief old Biyu couldn't cultivate. Although he had an immortal body and his body had reached a perfect balance of the 5 elements, his meridians were the same as mortals. They couldn't withstand spiritual power. This meant that village chief old Biyu could live forever as long as he wasn't injured. However, he could only be a mortal forever. Chapter 969. That old man's body is really weird. He has a perfect body of 5 elements, but he can't cultivate. Little Shuai muttered. Ah! I thought I could become an immortal master with such a powerful immortal skill. Village chief Old Bu was very disappointed. He scratched his palm in the void formation and said, I'm starting to like the feeling of releasing thunder and lightning to hit people. He had been telling the children in the village about the immortal master's various flying and underground abilities. He was very eager to become an immortal master. Who didn't want to have the ability to break cliffs and move mountains and fill seas? Grandpa Village Chief, it's good to be an immortal mortal. Mu Yu comforted him. If the village head could cultivate, whether it was Jian Ying, Chen Feng, or Ni Lei Zhenren, they would teach him. Mu Yu wouldn't have to worry about it at all. They also wouldn't need to use all kinds of powerful formations to protect the village head. The reason why Reverend Ni Lei had directed him to village chief Old Bu was because the formation set up by Jian Ying and Chen Feng needed to be maintained. Reverend Ni Lei was not familiar with formations, so he had given this task to Mu Yu. Thinking of all the immortals today, each of them had a ridiculously high cultivation, but the village chief was a very special case. He couldn't cultivate, as if fate was playing a joke on him. But the village chief soon laughed and said, it doesn't matter. If I can't become an immortal master, then I can't. My biggest interest is to tell the story of my Mu Yu to more children in the village. Hundreds of immortals knelt down to me that day. Haha. I can brag again. Oh no, I can tell inspirational stories again. Well, yes, inspirational stories. They knelt down to me because I'm a person of virtue and prestige. Although village chief Old Bu said so, Mu Yu still saw a trace of disappointment in the village chief's eyes. All mortals wanted to be an immortal master. This was something they dreamed of, and village chief Old Bu was no exception. Mu Yu looked at Grandpa Village Chief and felt very uncomfortable. Every time a self-cultivator from the village came to recruit children who met the requirements for cultivation, village head Old Bu would be submissive to those self-cultivators. He was the most indispensable person in this world, but he was unable to raise his head in front of others. Grandpa, isn't it just being an immortal master? Wait, I'll think of something. Mu Yu suddenly had the thought of helping village chief Old Bu fulfill his wish. You can make me an immortal master? Village chief Old Bu asked excitedly. I can let you use all kinds of array techniques, Mu Yu explained. He took out a powerful innate formation base and infused a sword chi into the jade pendant, using the formation to imprison it. Then, he spent more than an hour modifying the formation. He also considered other unexpected situations and took into account the flaws of the formation. Just as Venerable Ni Lei and Sword Shadow Chen Feng had quietly sealed their field domain ability in village chief Old Bu's body, Mu Yu could also do it with the help of the formation. He pondered for a while and handed the jade pendant to village chief Old Bu. Grandpa, you can try this jade pendant. As long as you pinch this position of the jade pendant, there will be an unexpected effect, Mu Yu said. Village chief Old Bu pinched the jade pendant suspiciously. Suddenly, a powerful sword chi burst out from the jade pendant in his hand and slashed out 10 feet long. With a whistling sound, a section of the banyan tree in front of him was instantly destroyed. The power of this sword was not weaker than that of a spirit-severing stage cultivator. Ah! This works. Village chief Old Bu opened his mouth wide. Mu Yu patted the banyan tree trunk, and the cut banyan tree grew again. Then, he said with a smile, Grandpa, don't worry, although you can't cultivate, I can let you have countless magic treasures, which will be more powerful than anyone else. As the master of the Formation Talisman sect, he didn't lack array bases. As long as village chief Old Bu was willing, Mu Yu could even find thousands of array bases and engrave them with all kinds of powerful array techniques for village chief Old Bu to play with. Then this sword chi can only be used once. Village chief Old Bu pinched the jade pendant again, and the jade pendant burst out a second sword chi. Village chief Old Bu immediately smiled. How many times can it be used? Yes, I think this sword chi can be used about 10 times. But after 10 times, it needs to slowly recover its spirit chi. Just like what you said last time, Immortal techniques have a cooldown period. After I modify the array technique, it can be used for 3 hours. Mu Yu explained. He couldn't arrange the array technique perfectly in a hurry, so he still needed time to perfect it. In order to satisfy village chief Old Buyu's wish, Mu Yu had decided to go all out. His array technique was not what it used to be. In the cultivation world, even Zhuge Xiaosheng couldn't surpass him in array technique. He could forcibly use the force of nature to arrange the array technique. With the help of the force of nature and Mu Yu's transformation, even an unarmed mortal could launch a powerful array technique without spiritual power. These were the inspirations of the thunder incantation carved by Mu Yu's master and immortal Ni Lei. Thinking about it, Mu Yu was probably the only person in the world who could use the power of nature to arrange a formation for his grandfather to relieve his boredom. Wow! Do you have any other powerful immortal techniques? Village Chief Old Buyu's eyes lit up. He couldn't be an immortal master, but he could be an old conman. He could use these things to scare children. Grandpa, what other magic do you want? You can think of it, and I can satisfy you. Mu Yu said with confidence. Let me think, is the invisibility spell okay? Yes. Transformation spell. Last time I told the children in the village that Mu Yu can change 72 times. Yes, not to mention 72 times, even 1000 times is not a problem. The transformation spell was equivalent to the illusion spell, which was not a problem for Mu Yu at all. Great. What about the wall passing spell? It's a bit difficult, but it can be done. You can use the teleportation spell to directly move behind the wall. Mu Yu thought of the Big Dipper constellation formation. At worst, he could spend more effort to move the Big Dipper constellation formation into the jade pendant. Ah, that's possible. That's great. Let me think, is there any magic weapon that can make me run very fast? The Gale spell, it can be done. I think that even the spirit severing stage can't catch up with you. Mu Yu explained in detail the division of cultivation realms to village chief Old Bu. You mean the immortal masters I saw in the past who came to various villages to recruit people were all in the foundation establishment stage? Only in the second stage? Mu Yu, what's your current stage? Village chief Old Bu asked. Thanks to you, Grandpa, I'm already in the crossing calamity stage, which is the 8th stage. Mu Yu explained. He didn't show his strength of the crossing calamity stage. He just suppressed it, like a mortal, so that village chief Old Bu wouldn't feel any pressure. Wow. Then what stage can the formation spell you just gave me defeat? Village chief Old Bu asked in amazement. Let me think, the 6th stage, the spirit severing stage, should be no problem. The 7th stage, the combination stage, is a bit difficult. But Grandpa, if you think it's not enough, I can spend more time to make the formation spell. It's not a problem to defeat the combination stage cultivators. Mu Yu said. Enough, enough. You said that the most powerful cultivator in the Moyun mountain range is the 4th stage, the nascent soul stage. Then with your magic weapons, I can do whatever I want in the Moyun mountain range. Haha, I'm the local tyrant of the Moyun mountain range. Village chief Old Bu was so happy that his wrinkles stretched out. You're more than a local tyrant. Old man, you're the savior of the 3rd heaven. Anyone can die, but you can't. Xiao Shui reminded. Yes, I'm the savior, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I, Old Bu, would be so powerful one day. Village chief Old Bu waved the jade pendant in his hand and threw out another sword chi. Chapter 970. Mu Yu looked at village chief Old Bu's excited face and sighed in his heart. In the past, village chief Old Bu was always submissive in front of the immortal masters of other villages. Now that Mu Yu was here, all the self-cultivators in the cultivation world had to lower their heads in front of village chief Old Bu. Grandpa, don't worry. If I want to be an immortal master that no one dares to provoke. Mu Yu said. He had a lot of resources in his hands. He could tailor a powerful formation technique for village chief Old Bu to protect himself. Haha, good. Thanks to Mu Yu, Grandpa will be an immortal master that no one dares to provoke. Village chief old Bu laughed happily. Mu Yu said again, Grandpa, if we can safely leave this place this time, I won't leave you alone in Flowing Water Village. I want to take you to other places. This place is no longer safe. The palace envoy was still outside Luochen Mountain. Since the people of Sanchong Palace had found this place, it would be unwise for village chief old Bu to stay in Moyun Mountain Range. That means I can't tell stories to children anymore? Village chief old Bu was stunned. Don't worry. Mu Yu plans to send you to the array sect. You can go and fool those array masters. They are all Mu Yu's subordinates. Xiao Shuai said casually. Can I? Mu Yu. Village chief old Bu asked excitedly. He had always been like an old urchin and liked to fool people. Yes, you can. Mu Yu smiled and nodded. The array sect was now the safest place. With Zhuge Xiaosheng protecting the village chief, Mu Yu was also relieved. That's great. I have to quickly record this adventure down. This time, I'm going to change the story of the 36 white chicken spirits. Village chief old Bu waved his jade pendant and threw out another sword chi. He didn't care at all. Oh right, this sword chi can hurt people, so when you are fooling people, be careful. Mu Yu reminded. I know. Village chief old Bu nodded. Mu Yu looked at village chief old Bu playing with 7 or 8 jade pendants that he had just set up. At this time, he was using the jade pendants to fly around in the air. He felt helpless. Xiao Shuai had nothing to do, so he ran to the back of the mountain and said that he wanted to pick some fruits to eat. When he came back, he had already transformed into a child, which gave old Bu a fright. You, where did you come from? Old village chief old Bu quickly asked. Oh, that's right, he is. Mu Yu remembered that she hadn't told the village chief about Little Shuai's transformation. Little Shuai had always been in the form of a small beast. Village chief old Bu hadn't seen Little Shuai's human form. Before Mu Yu could finish, village chief old Bu cried out in joy, He is your son? My! You have a child. You didn't even tell me about this, and he has already grown so big. So cute. Come and let great-grandpa take a look. Village chief old Bu liked children a lot, and Xiao Shuai was the kind of guy that was so cute that old Bu didn't consider that if Mu Yu really had a son, why would he appear here? Pay. What great-grandpa, don't take advantage of me. I am the Xiao Shuai who saved you. Xiao Shuai shouted. Then you are a monster that can transform into a human form? Village chief old Bu thought of the monsters in his story and asked cautiously. Xiao Shuai gritted his teeth. I am a divine beast. I don't believe it. Village chief old Bu said. Mu Yu laughed. Grandpa, he is my little brother. He is very special. This is his other form, you can get used to it. Village chief old Bu saw that Mu Yu had said so, and Xiao Shuai was indeed cute, so he walked over and said with a smile, So you are Mu Yu's little brother, then let Grandpa hug you. You are not my grandpa. Xiao Shuai mumbled as he chewed on an immortal maple fruit, but he didn't reject village chief old Bu. He was hugged by village chief old Bu. Mu Yu had to consider a problem now. The palace envoy of the Sanchong Palace was still outside, so how could they leave Luochen Mountain? Xiao Shuai, do you have a way to leave here? Mu Yu had already familiarized himself with the array formations of Luochen Mountain. The array formations set up by Luochen Mountain were far beyond his imagination. His master's array formations were much more formidable than Mu Yu's. It was a pity that there was no array formation similar to a transmission array that could take them away from this place. No, if only we had set up a commander transfer formation before we came. Xiao Shuai said. Up until now, they had only set up a commander transfer formation, and it was near Chun'an City. The distance was too far. This small formation wasn't the ancient teleportation formation of the Alchemy Cauldron sect, so it couldn't teleport Mu Yu and company. Our teleportation formation only has a teleportation distance of about 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles isn't too far. To the guy outside, he can catch up in a few breaths. We have to think of another way, Mu Yu said. The palace envoy had sent Shi Hongyi back to find Bai Jie. If Bai Jie came here personally, things might be troublesome. This was because even if Bai Jie's formation skills weren't as good as Jian Ying and Chen Feng's, he was still very powerful. He definitely knew how to deal with the protective formation of Luochen Mountain. Mu Yu thought hard but to no avail. He could only sit on Luochen Cliff and watch village chief Old Bu play with the formation. The palace envoy didn't leave Luochen Mountain at all. He didn't dare to get close to Luochen Mountain. At this time, there was a formation above Luochen Mountain. It isolated the palace envoy outside, so he couldn't see what was going on inside Luochen Mountain. Mu Yu walked away from Luochen Cliff and went to his master's herb garden. The herb garden was already full of weeds. In the corner, he saw the grey sky heart return grass. The sky heart return grass was still growing vigorously. Mu Yu looked at the sky heart return grass in a daze. When a person wasn't lost, touching the sky heart return grass would be golden. When a person lost themselves, touching the sky heart return grass would be blue. Back then, Brother Chengyang wanted him to go home. Now that he was back, he didn't know if he was still the same person. Mu Yu didn't touch the sky heart return grass. What's wrong? Mu Yu. Village chief Old Bu came over and asked curiously. No. Mu Yu shook his head in response. Xiao Shuai had already jumped over. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Old man, I'll show you a magic trick." He reached out his small hand and touched the sky heart return grass. The grey sky heart return grass suddenly released a golden brilliance. It looked like a bright sun and was very eye-catching. Amazing. Is this also an immortal technique? Village chief Old Bu asked in amazement. Xiao Shuai said in all seriousness, this grass can only turn golden when touched by a handsome person. If touched by someone who isn't handsome enough, it can only turn blue. Old man, you can come over and try. Village chief Old Bu touched the knife-like wrinkles on his forehead and shook his head. Forget it, then I probably won't be able to change color. Xiao Shuai laughed loudly. Have some confidence in yourself. As long as you tell yourself loudly that you're handsome, you'll definitely turn golden. Village chief Old Bu walked over skeptically and carefully reached out his hand. Then, he muttered, yes, I was handsome when I was young, but how can I be handsome now? Although he said that, when his finger touched the sky heart return grass, the grass suddenly turned golden as well. It was like golden sunlight had bloomed. He immediately smiled. So I'm still so handsome even when I'm old, haha. The old hoodwinker was fooled by the little hoodwinker, and he was still feeling smug. Mu Yu, when you touched it, it must have been golden, right? I've always felt that Mu Yu is very handsome and should be able to win the hearts of girls. Village head Old Bu then touched the other few stalks of Heavenly Heart Resurrection grass. Every stalk of Heavenly Heart Resurrection grass was turned into a dazzling golden color, and after a short while, the grass would return to its ordinary gray color. Mu Yu shook his head. When I touched it, it was blue. How is that possible? You're not handsome? Village chief Old Bu asked in surprise. Mu Yu explained helplessly, don't be fooled by little handsome. This kind of grass has nothing to do with whether or not I'm handsome. It has something to do with whether or not I'm handsome. Whether or not I'm handsome? Village chief Old Bu vaguely understood something. He remembered the terrible things Mu Yu had told him about the massacre of cultivators. The Mu Yu who could do such a thing seemed to have become a different person. I've always believed that you're a good boy. Village chief Old Bu plucked a leaf of the Skyheart return grass. The leaf turned golden. He shook it in his hand and walked to Mu Yu's side. He picked up Mu Yu's hand and put the golden leaf in his hand. Then, he asked Mu Yu to hold the leaf. Since you can tell me the truth, it means that you're still the same Mu Yu. Old faker, come and take a look. There's another kind of grass here that can also change. Little Handsome ran to the other side of the herb garden and shouted, if a smart person touches this grass, they'll make it bloom. Village chief Old Bu smiled and patted Mu Yu's shoulder. Then, he ran to Little Handsome and shouted, little guy, watch me. I'll make it bloom all over the garden. Mu Yu held the leaf in his hand. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Did he find himself or not? After a moment of silence, Mu Yu slowly opened his palm. Looking at the color of the Sky Heart Return grass in his palm, he was slightly stunned. It was like holding a brilliant sun. The color of the Sky Heart Return grass was the same as the first time he touched it. The night wind blew gently. The people of the Sanchong Palace outside Luochen Mountain were eyeing them covetously. However, the three people inside Luochen Mountain were sitting leisurely on Luochen Cliff, roasting a pheasant. In the past, because Nshu's cooking was terrible, everyone went to catch pheasants to eat. In the forest of Luochen Mountain, the pheasants were almost extinct. However, ever since everyone left Luochen Mountain, the ecological balance of the pheasants recovered a lot. Speaking of which, Mu Yu, have you thought about how we're going to leave? Little Handsome ate until his mouth was full of oil. Mu Yu also gnawed on a chicken wing and shook his head. I don't know. In any case, Luochen Mountain's formation is very powerful. With the support of the spirit Qi, there's no need to worry about it failing. Eat your fill first. Only when you're full will you have the strength to escape. Village Chief Old Bu didn't care. To him, if the people outside came to catch him, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would just let nature take its course. Besides, he wasn't afraid of anything when he was with Mu Yu. The three of them were very leisurely. Even though they were trapped here, they were still smiling calmly. To Mu Yu, Luochen Mountain was his home. It was as if he had returned home. Luochen Mountain would shelter him from the wind and rain outside. Although his other family members were still drifting outside, Mu Yu had already found himself. He wouldn't be lost again. It was already late at night. Village Chief Old Bu was lying on a large wooden bed on Luochen Cliff and had already fallen asleep. Little Handsome was resting his head on Village Chief Old Bu's arm. His little hands were hugging Village Chief Old Bu, and his little feet were resting on Village Chief Old Bu's stomach. Saliva was still dripping from his mouth. The old and young pair were snoring one after another. Mu Yu found a blanket and used his spirit power to disperse the moldy smell. He baked it and covered them. Chapter 971. The soft chirping of the birds disturbed his morning sleep. Village Chief Old Bu got up sleepily and carefully placed little Shuai, who was lying in his arms, then covered little Shuai with a blanket. Mu Yu wasn't at Luochen Cliff. He was thinking of going to the vegetable garden to see if he could find some wild vegetables to cook. However, when he looked up, he saw smoke rising in spirals from the kitchen. He curiously left Luochen Cliff and saw the kitchen. He found Mu Yu making a fire in the kitchen. "Grandpa, you're awake?" Mu Yu calmly added firewood to the stove. It was just like when his master was cooking on top and he was making a fire below. "Mu Yu, you're an immortal master. How can you cook?" "Let me do it," Village Chief Old Bu said with a smile. "No need, I'll do it. My master said that life is cultivation, so cooking is also a kind of cultivation." Mu Yu said. When he first came to Luochen Mountain, Feng Haochen was like an ordinary old farmer. He personally grew vegetables and cooked without any of the high and mighty attitude of a cultivator. At that time, Mu Yu didn't really understand his master's way of doing things. However, he finally understood his master's mentality now. Comprehending the true meaning of life through ordinary things was a kind of cultivation. He didn't need to use spiritual energy to do things. He started from the most basic things and did everything personally. When his mind was calm, his whole person would enter a kind of easygoing tranquility. The spiritual energy in his body would also flow more smoothly. The Luochen cultivation method paid attention to the calmness of the heart. Doing the small things in life was the best way to calm one's heart. From there, one would be able to deeply comprehend the profoundness of the Luochen cultivation method. After stepping into the cultivation world, he was faced with all kinds of deception, schemes, and internal strife. It was as if the entire world was filled with an inexplicable impetuousness. However, after returning to Luochen Mountain, Mu Yu discovered that this place was a pure land. It was as if everything had returned to its original state, allowing him to find his original self. "My family's Mu Yu also knows how to cook." "I didn't know." I thought the immortal master was going to fight. Village chief old Bu opened the lid of the pot and stirred the kanji with a spoon. Then, he asked, "Where did the rice come from?" "Grandpa village chief, have you forgotten my ability?" Muyu laughed. "With the ability to control wood, one would never have to worry about food." "Oh right, I almost forgot." Village chief old Bu suddenly realized and said, "Then I'll go and cook 2 dishes. I remember that there are carrots in the garden, but I've never seen such big carrots." Village chief old Bu and Muyu busied themselves for an hour. They made a pot of porridge, stir-fried 2 side dishes, and some chicken meat which Muyu had forcefully kept from little Shuai last night. The 3 of them ate breakfast and joked around, completely forgetting that the palace envoy of the 3rd palace was still sitting cross-legged in the void outside. But at noon, Shihongi, who had gone to look for reinforcements, returned, breaking this rare quiet time. Muyu stared at the sky and became alert again. If Bai Jie also appeared here, then things would be very troublesome. But what made him feel strange was that Shihongi only came back alone and did not bring anyone else. Bai Jie was also not present. Shihongi seemed to have whispered something into the palace envoy's ear. Then, the palace envoy's expression changed slightly. He looked at Muyu with unwillingness. Without saying a word, he and Shihongi broke through the void and disappeared from Luochen Mountain. "Hey!" They left. "They're not going to catch us?" Little Shuai asked curiously. Muyu was also very surprised. Whether it was him or the village chief, they were both very important people to the people of the 3rd palace. The palace envoy and Shihongi actually left without saying a word. This was too unreasonable. "I think they might be playing hard to get. They might be trying to lure us out to check the situation before attacking." Village chief old Bu guessed. "That's possible." Muyu nodded, but he felt that the most likely possibility was that something had happened in the cultivation world, so the palace envoy had no choice but to deal with it first. This was something new. Was there anything that the 3rd palace could not solve? He recalled the delay of the mystic immortal battle. Could it be that this matter was far from being as simple as it seemed? Forget it. Anyway, they're gone. We'll just stay here for a while. This place is safe and comfortable. Isn't it great? Little Shuai said casually. Muyu also thought so. Now that he had stepped into the transcending tribulation stage with his own ability, he truly possessed the strength of a transcending tribulation stage expert. Since he had sealed the power of slaughter, he no longer needed to rely on it. The following days were very leisurely. Muyu had already entered a state of cultivation. After returning to Luochen Mountain, his state of mind had become exceptionally calm. Regardless of whether it was his understanding of the Heavenly Sword 9 guides or the Luochen cultivation technique, they had reached a new level. Village chief old Bu and little Shuai both stayed at Luochen Mountain. One was an old hoodwinker while the other was a young hoodwinker, so they had things to do every day. Little Shuai had to teach village chief old Bu how to use the formation inscribed by Muyu and how to use it freely so that he could defend himself, fend off the enemy, and hoodwink others at the same time. Village chief old Bu yearned to become an immortal very much, so he learned very seriously. Little Shuai also told village chief old Bu all kinds of things in the cultivation world in detail. Sometimes, he even needed Muyu to correct him. Little Shuai was also an expert at hoodwinking. Most of the things he said were exaggerated. If Muyu had not warned him to let village chief old Bu know the true situation of the cultivation world, little Shuai would have bragged to the heavens. Village chief old Bu would at least not refer to the cultivation world as immortal masters anymore. He also knew about the 8 gates and the 3rd palace. His views had also changed. When he talked about the terrifying conspiracy of the 3rd palace and how they were trying to persecute Muyu, he was filled with righteous indignation. He held the jade pendant and was about to fight them to the death. In the end, little Shuai kindly told him that these formation jade pendants could only scratch an itch for the people of the 3rd palace. Only then did village chief old Bu unwillingly give up. Muyu cultivated in Luochen Mountain with a peaceful mind for 2 months. During these 2 months, no one came to disturb him. He was undistracted. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached the strength of the third heaven of tribulation transcendence. Now, even if he did not need to rely on the power of slaughter, he was confident that he could fight a person like Shi Hongyi head-on. 2 months later, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling came very suddenly, and it was transmitted to him by the body tree. That girl has woken up. Gomang had not spoken to Mu Yu for a while and had only been recovering. When Mu Yu sensed the body tree, he spoke. Tian Ran has woken up. Mu Yu's calm heart seemed to have been smashed by a stone. His entire body trembled, and he suddenly stood up. That infatuated girl who burned her life to help him escape to deal with the third palace. Could he finally hear her moving big brother Mu Yu again? I've already helped you. Next, you need to help me. The body tree was actually transmitting to Gomang, but Gomang and Mu Yu were one, so Mu Yu also knew. Don't worry, I will do it. Mu Yu left Luochen Cliff without hesitation. He found village chief Old Bu and little Shuai and rushed to Mount Fulong. On the way, village chief Old Bu learned of what had happened. You're saying that Tian Ran used a secret technique to sacrifice herself and save you? Village chief Old Bu was shocked. He heard little Shuai talk about what had happened that day. Then you have to treat her well. There aren't many girls like her. But Mu Yu also likes another girl, Xiao Shui. She's a womanizer like me. She's the most loyal. Little Shuai sat on village chief Old Bu's neck and bit into an apple. Village chief Old Bu looked at Mu Yu sternly. Mu Yu, why are you still half-hearted? Mu Yu spread his hands helplessly. He did not know how to explain. This matter was very complicated. However, village chief Old Bu laughed again. It's okay, it's okay. Grandpa doesn't care how many girls you like. It's best if you marry all of them. My Mu Yu is a dragon among men. It's natural for girls to like him. Hurry up and give birth to a few more fat children. I'll take care of them for you. You said that the two of us can live a long life. Then I'll be able to watch your children and grandchildren grow up. In the future, there will be a few little Mu Yu. Just thinking about it is a wonderful thing. Haha. Mu Yu blushed with shame. The village chief had considered so many things in such a short time. He was at a loss as to what to do. I've already thought about it. In the future, your first child will have a real name and I'll come up with a nickname. If it's a girl, she'll be called Nan Nan. If it's a boy, he'll be called Little Bu. How's that? Village chief Old Bu said happily. Mu Yu opened his mouth and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little Bu, my God. Forget it. Little Bu will be Little Bu grandpa, as long as you're happy. Village chief Old Bu had raised Mu Yu since he was young. If he really had a child, there was nothing wrong with letting village chief Old Bu name it. Mu Yu did not mind. However, when Mu Yu thought of his own deadwood daddy, he sighed in his heart. He did not have the heart to tell village chief Old Bu the truth. When Mu Yu went to revive deadwood daddy, he would die. Mu Yu was already prepared to die. Therefore, he had never considered these strange things. Mu Yu could not wait to bring them to Mount Fulong. Along the way, they did not meet anyone from the threefold palace. It seemed like they were really entangled with something. Mu Yu did not want to fight. He stepped into Shui Yumeng's territory. This time, Shui Yumeng did not stop him. An array pattern flashed under his feet, and he landed beside the body tree. Big brother Mu Yu. A beautiful figure flashed past, and a girl appeared in his arms. Mu Yu tightly hugged the girl in his arms. Last time, they had only just met in a hurry. They had almost parted ways, and this made him feel extremely guilty. He swore that he would never let this girl be hurt again. Promise me that you won't do anything stupid for me in the future, okay? Mu Yu ran his fingers through Tian Ran's soft hair. He lowered his head and kissed Tian Ran's forehead. I'm very happy that big brother Mu Yu is fine. Tian Ran raised her head and looked at Mu Yu. Her eyes were as pure as water. There was not a single trace of impurity in them. They were still so pure, and they moved one's heart. This pure girl was willing to give up everything for the person she liked. She would not hesitate even if it meant sacrificing her life. However, how could that young man bear to let her get hurt? I'm sorry, Tian Ran. Chapter 972. Sister Tian Ran, I missed you so much. Xiao Shuai happily rode on village chief old Biyu's neck and wanted to jump into Tian Ran's arms, but village chief old Biyu held him back and didn't let Xiao Shuai destroy the two people. However, Tian Ran still raised her head and looked at Xiao Shuai curiously. Little brother, who are you? I am Xiao Shuai. A very handsome Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai shouted and then turned back to his original appearance. Then, he jumped on village chief's shoulder and turned back into a child. Xiao Shuai, you can turn back into a human? So cute. Let sister hug you. Tian Ran happily reached out her hand and Xiao Shuai jumped into Tian Ran's arms. He rubbed his head against the soft place with a face full of happiness. Mu Yu wanted to strangle Xiao Shuai, this shameless girl killer. Old Shu looked at village chief strangely and asked, Mu Yu, why did you bring a human here? Oh right, I almost forgot. This is Grandpa village chief who raised me since I was a child. Grandpa, this is Old Tree Chief, and this is Tian Ran. Mu Yu quickly introduced. Village chief looked at Old Shu and muttered, Mu Yu, didn't you just say that this is a human? Why doesn't it look like one? Do I need to do this for you to believe me? Old Shu stretched out a branch. Village chief Old Biyu's face changed and quickly hid behind Mu Yu. He tightly held a jade pendant in his hand and stuck his head out from behind Mu Yu. Village chief is afraid of Old Shu, haha. Fraud, you should have fooled Old Treehead as well. Xiao Shuai laughed. Grandpa, he won't hurt us. Did you forget what I told you? Mu Yu had already told village chief about the instigator of the war between human and the human race. Village chief Old Biyu curled his lips. When he used to tell stories in the village, the human devil clan was always fierce and evil. However, he still greeted Old Treehead. It could be considered a formality. Then, village chief Old Biyu looked at Tian Ran with satisfaction. A perfect match. Not bad, not bad. Mu Yu's taste is better than Grandpa's. Tian Ran greeted politely, hello, Grandpa village chief. Ari, good, good, very good. Village chief Biyu laughed loudly, full of joy. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Even the heavenly daughter of the Red Dust sect was taken away. My Mu Yu is really promising. The old village chief chuckled. Tian Ran blushed slightly and didn't say anything. Mu Yu walked to the old tree and asked, Senior, I want to ask, did anything happen in the cultivation world outside the Moyun mountain range? Mu Yu knew that even though Old Treehead had been hiding in this place, Yu Meng had some spies in the outside world collecting information for them to deal with sudden situations. Therefore, Old Treehead should know something. Yes, I heard that there are some rumors about the Sanchong Palace killing the innocent. Now, the entire cultivation world seems to be in a panic. The faith of the Sanchong Palace seems to have been shaken. It is said that this news came from Chun'an City. Old Treehead nodded. Chun'an City? Mu Yu remembered. Back then, Jiang Shanqi and He Guan sealed off the entire Chun'an City in order to trap him. They wanted to kill everyone, but later on, Mu Yu saved more than 10,000 people. These people witnessed the sacredness and ugliness of the Sanchong Palace, cruelty and hypocrisy with their own eyes. Jiang Shanqi and He Guan were killed by Mu Yu. These survivors would naturally spread the news of what they saw. As for how the news spread and how the cultivation world viewed this matter, even Old Treehead wasn't very clear. Could it be that the palace envoy left that day to stop the news from spreading? Xiao Shuai asked. Then how is he going to stop it? Find a way to find these survivors and kill them all? Mu Yu was rather puzzled. Tian Ran suddenly said angrily, no matter what they do, I will go with brother Mu Yu to destroy the Sanchong Palace. They are a group of devoid of humanity, just like the Red Dust sect. Mu Yu had never seen Tian Ran say these words. With Tian Ran's personality, she wouldn't casually say something like destroying someone. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, Tian Ran, is your mother still in the Red Dust sect? Tian Ran gritted her teeth. Yes, back then, Yang Qingyun and the others used my mother to threaten me to practice the red dust indifference mantra. It was also at that time that I found out that the red dust sect was controlled by the Sanchong Palace. From the sect master to the elders, everyone had become puppets of the Sanchong Palace. Mu Yu couldn't forgive the red dust sect for what they did to Tianran and Tianran. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he still touched Tianran's face and said, "Don't worry, I will save your mother from the red dust sect." He didn't just go to the red dust sect to save people. He also wanted to destroy the red dust sect. Whether they were controlled or not, Mu Yu wouldn't allow them to exist anymore after they did such inhumane things to Tianran and Miao Yuyan. Now that he had truly stepped into the tribulation passing stage, he wanted to get back at them one by one. First, he had to destroy the Gate of Hell, Stargate, and the Red Dust Sect. Stargate and the Gate of Hell were the helpers of the Sanchong Palace. The Red Dust Sect had done unforgivable things to Tianran and Miao Yuyan. Mu Yu wouldn't let these three sects off easily. The remaining tribulation passing stage elders of the sects would go find them and help them get rid of the divine soul formation. "Mu Yu, what are we going to do next?" Village Chief Old Bu asked. "Let's go to the formation sect to protect your safety," Mu Yu said. "No, I'm going to subdue demons too," Village Head Old Bu said proudly while waving his pocket full of countless jade pendants that were engraved with magic formations. Mu Yu felt a headache coming on. How could he take the village chief everywhere? Those jade pendants might be enough to deal with spirit-severing stage cultivators, but they weren't enough to deal with body integration stage cultivators and above. However, he didn't want to interrupt the village chief's enthusiasm, so he said, "Grandpa, you should stay in the formation sect and conserve your energy. When we attack the Sanchong Palace in the future, we'll need your help. You're an indispensable part." Village Chief Old Bu thought for a moment. It sounded like he was still very important, so he reluctantly agreed. Mu Yu carefully checked Tianran's body and found that Tianran's life force seemed to be more vigorous than before. Only then did he feel relieved. Tianran only burned her life force and her life force was exhausted. The body tree helped her recover her life force. Unfortunately, if Deadwood Daddy's body and soul weren't damaged, he could also use this method to recover. Soon, Mu Yu said goodbye to the old tree chief. The group left the Moyun mountain range and flew towards the formation sect. The news that the Sanchong Palace massacred Chun and City spread in the cultivation world. This news made many cultivators bewildered. At this time, if the faith of the Sanchong Palace collapsed, then the Sanchong Palace's words wouldn't be persuasive. All the cultivators would even join forces to fight against the Sanchong Palace and refuse to become the tool of the Sanchong Palace to kill each other. However, at this time, the 8 gates stood out and began to clarify this matter. The general idea was that Mu Yu had bewitched the Heavenly Lady of the Red Dust Sect and massacred Chun and City. At the same time, he used the illusion array to clear his name and deceive the survivors of Chun and City. Among them, the Stargate, the Gate of Hell and the Red Dust Sect, as the leaders of the cultivation world, stood out to refute the rumors. 3 of the 8 gates stood out, which was quite persuasive. The survivors were also secretly killed by the people of the Sanchong Palace. Many people who knew the truth chose to remain silent. They didn't dare to speak the truth of that day. However, after this incident, more and more people in the cultivation world questioned the Sanchong Palace. This was because after so long, they had never seen the true faces of the people of the Sanchong Palace. If what the survivors said was true and the people of the Sanchong Palace had an ugly appearance, then no one was willing to let this group of ugly people lead the cultivators. Many cultivators began to call for the people of the Sanchong Palace to stand out and prove their identity. After all, for so many years, the people of the Sanchong Palace had only heard of them but not seen them. In addition to the incident in Chun'an City, it was necessary for them to reveal their identity. Naturally, the Sanchong Palace couldn't reveal their identity. They cultivated soul power, which meant that they didn't dare to reveal themselves in places with a lot of people. Otherwise, their soul power would be dispelled by vitality and they wouldn't be able to disguise themselves. Mu Yu and the others had already returned to the Array faction. Array faction, Array Hall. Now, Human has begun to attack the cities of the human race. There are constantly news of cities being breached. Zhuge Xiaosheng said seriously. Are the Sanchong Palace not planning to hide themselves anymore? Since they have such powerful abilities, why don't they just let the human devil clan destroy the entire cultivation world? With their methods, it's more than enough for them to kill cultivators. Why do they have to hide it? Little Shuai said in disgust. Mu Yu explained, the reason they started the war is because the number of deaths in the cultivation world is few. However, they can't let everyone die. Otherwise, if everyone dies, where will they get soul power to supply them in the future? The Sanchong Palace only wants a portion of the people to die. They definitely want to preserve the lives of the majority. To the current Sanchong Palace, cultivators were like livestock in captivity. When they ran out of soul power, they would start a war and kill some to replenish it. However, if these livestock were all killed, where would they go to find livestock when their soul power ran out again in the future? Therefore, they had the ability to destroy the entire cultivation world, but they didn't dare to do so completely. Not only that, they also had to pretend to be sanctimonious to gain the trust of the cultivators. Otherwise, if the cultivators rebelled, the Sanchong Palace's captivity plan would fail. Little hoodwinker, why can't you even think about this? There's one more thing you have to consider. There are many hidden powerhouses in the cultivation world who can deal with the Sanchong Palace. Not to mention, the immortals can also deal with them. They aren't invincible in the cultivation world yet, so they don't dare to openly reveal their true identities. Otherwise, they'll lose the support of the cultivators and it'll be difficult for them to do anything. Who would work for them then? Village Chief Old Bu interrupted. Chapter 973. Village Chief Old Bu stroked his beard and said seriously, if I'm from the Sanchong, of course. At a time like this, my reputation has been damaged, so I have to stabilize the morale of the army first. After all, the 8 gates and human are under their control, so they can put on a show. I will first send the human demons to attack some cities. When the cultivators are in despair, the people of the 8 gates will enter the battlefield. At this time, the human demons will pretend to be defeated by the 8 gates. This will boost the morale of the cultivators and make the cultivators place their hopes on the 8 gates for the time being. Puzzled, Little Shuai asked, why should we put our hopes on the 8 gates? Shouldn't we put our hopes on the Sanchong? Little trickster, if you ask me, why aren't your trickster skills up to par? The Sanchong doesn't dare to show their faces in public, so they naturally can't lead in person. The 8 gates have a transcendent status in the cultivation world, and the cultivators trust them. If they defeat human at this time, the cultivation world will naturally hold them in high esteem. The 8 gates are the representatives of the Sanchong, so what's the difference between believing in the 8 gates and believing in the Sanchong? If there are still some people who don't believe in the Sanchong, they will at least believe in the 8 gates, right? In the past 2 months, Village Chief Old Bu had learned a lot of common knowledge about the cultivation world in order to become a qualified cultivator. Mu Yu had told him the basic situation, but he didn't expect Village Chief Old Bu to be able to come up with such insights after just learning about the situation in the cultivation world. Mu Yu asked calmly, then what will the Sanchong do next? Village Chief Old Bu pondered for a moment and continued speaking loudly, because human and the 8 gates listen to the orders of the Sanchong can make human retreat step by step and pretend to be defeated by the 8 gates. Then the 8 gates will lead everyone to victory and let the cultivators see hope. They'll let everyone know that human isn't invincible. Then, they'll take advantage of the victory and destroy humans' nests to consolidate the 8 gates' leadership position. This way, the cultivation world will begin to believe in the strength of the 8 gates and be willing to listen to their orders. Village Chief Old Cloth paused for a moment before continuing, when facing human, there are only 2 choices. One is to sit and wait for death, and the other is to fight bravely. When the human devil clan was too powerful, the self-cultivators would be selfish and try to protect themselves by sending people to their deaths to protect themselves. However, once they realized that the 8 gates could lead them to defeat human, they would not sit still and wait for their deaths. Instead, They would fight alongside the 8 gates. When the human becomes more and more vulnerable, the self-cultivators will realize that the human is nothing more than this. Thus, more and more self-cultivators will join the war to kill the human. At that time, the threefold palace's goal will be achieved. The war has already begun, and the soul power will naturally come rolling in. Village Chief Old Cloth analyzed the situation eloquently and methodically from beginning to end. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, I mentioned these conspiracy theories in the 38th chapter of the 2nd volume of the Legend of Muyu Chi Xia. It's a battle theory of throwing a brick to attract jade and building a plank road in the open while secretly crossing the Chen Kang Road in the dark. The threefold palace wants the self-cultivators to believe in the 8 gates, which is a strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. It's to prevent the threefold palace's prestige from being damaged even more. Back then, little Mu Yu dealt with the state of Zhao and the state of Wei in this way. Mu Yu's face was burning red. He really hoped that the village chief didn't say the last sentence because Zhuge Xiaosheng was here. Xiao Shuai said, but I feel that with the self-cultivators' cowardly nature, they won't risk their lives like that. Village Chief Old Cloth shook his head. You're wrong. The world is bustling with activity because of profit. The world is bustling with activity because of profit. You told me that self-cultivators are actually no different from mortals. They have the nature of mortals. There are a lot of cultivation resources in the 8 gates. As long as you take out some precious magic weapons, elixirs, and secret manuals as a reward, many self-cultivators will see the benefits and kill the enemy bravely for these things. Most self-cultivators won't do things that are strenuous and unrewarding for the sake of world peace, but they will definitely take risks for these magic weapons and secret manuals. Since self-cultivators are not selfless immortals, they will do anything for the sake of profit. Mu Yu really admired the village chief more and more because in this chaotic era, it was very necessary to have someone who could see through the enemy's plan to deal with a colossus like the threefold palace. Village Chief Old Cloth saw a pot of tea on the chair next to him and took it over. He directly drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat and continued. According to the current situation and my analysis, apart from the 8 gates, there are 2 big sects that are not controlled by the threefold palace. They are the Danding School and the Array School. These 2 are very important in the world of self-cultivators. They want to control these 2 sects, but they are all disrupted by my incomparably powerful Mu Yu. If I were the military counselor of the threefold palace, I wouldn't be able to do it myself. I would mobilize all the self-cultivators in the world to besiege you and push you to the heart of the struggle. You will become the target of everyone's crusade. If you can't control it, I will let it be destroyed. Everyone is busy dealing with human, but your 2 sects just stand by and watch. It's really unreasonable. Even without the threefold palace doing anything, the self-cultivators' crusade will be enough to make you unable to move an inch. Village Chief Old Cloth suddenly covered his mouth because he remembered that this Zhuge Xiaosheng in front of him was the head of the Array School. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. I'm not saying that the Array School is bad. I'm saying that if I were the threefold palace, please don't blame me. Zhuge Xiaosheng cupped his hands and returned the salute. You're too polite, old mister. I admire your incredible foresight. I won't hide it from you, old mister. What you said just now really happened. For example, Stargate has already led their people to defeat human at Quanyangang. Right now, the self-cultivators' morale has soared. I just received this news and didn't have time to tell you. I didn't expect you to be right. Luck, I made it up. Village Chief Old Cloth quickly waved his hands. Zhuge Xiaosheng smiled and said, Old mister, you don't have to be modest. 2 months ago, the Array School and the Pill Cauldron School closed their schools at the same time and didn't participate in the affairs of the self-cultivators' world. Right now, many self-cultivators are already complaining. You have the general situation of the world in your heart, so you must be a senior expert. May I ask for old mister's Daoist name? Daoist name? No, I'm just an old man from the countryside who likes to tell stories to children. 2 months ago, I knew nothing about the self-cultivators' world. Village chief Old Cloth said with a smile. That's right, I can prove it. These 2 months, I've been forcefully instilling him with the knowledge of the self-cultivator's world. Little Shuai climbed onto village chief Old Cloth's shoulder and said casually, Old man from the countryside? Zhuge Xiaosheng was shocked. He took a closer look and realized that village chief Old Cloth didn't have any cultivation on him. He couldn't even cultivate and was just a mortal. But how could an old man from the countryside have the ability to give advice? Just now, village chief Old Cloth had analyzed the Sanchong Palace's next steps in detail, and a few of them had even come true. Mu Yu, the old Mr. you brought is really from the countryside. Zhuge Xiaosheng couldn't help but ask. Mu Yu looked at village chief with admiration and nodded. That's right, he's the grandfather from the countryside who raised me since I was a child. 2 months ago, he still didn't know anything about the self-cultivator's world. Village chief Old Cloth chuckled and looked a little embarrassed. After 2 months of understanding the entire self-cultivator's world, he was able to analyze the situation to this extent. He's really an expert in the mortal world. Zhuge Xiaosheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Village chief Old Cloth usually liked to tell stories and told all kinds of things about Mu Yu to the children in the village. Mu Yu didn't realize that his grandfather, who liked to fool people, had such a good eye for strategy. His talent was really buried in that small mountain village. Come to think of it, how could a storyteller not see the big picture? Grandpa, you can say whatever you want. It's okay, sect leader Zhuge is one of us. He won't mind what you say, Mu Yu said. That's right, Mu Yu is the sect leader. They all have to listen to Mu Yu, so there's nothing to worry about, Little Shuai said. Ah, right, I forgot about Mu Yu's ability. Village chief Old Cloth proudly puffed out his chest and didn't seem to be so reserved. Zhuge Xiaosheng asked, then what do you think we should do to deal with the Sanchong Palace next? The Sanchong Palace just wants to start a war, so we can make it impossible for them to start a war, village chief Old Cloth said. How can we stop all of this? Mu Yu, didn't you say you were going to destroy the 3 sects? If you can destroy them and cut off one of their arms, that would be the best, village chief Old Cloth said. Mu Yu pondered for a moment. He was now a tribulation passing stage self-cultivator, and he had Tian Ran and Zhuge Xiaosheng with him. It was more than enough for them to destroy Stargate together. Little Shuai said, but there are still 5 sects after we destroy them. Are we going to destroy them too? The point isn't to destroy the sects, but to break the self-cultivator's confidence. The self-cultivators believe in the 8 gates. Under the control of the Sanchong Palace, the 8 gates are invincible. Human is losing ground again and again, so the self-cultivators will be more involved in the battle. The more people die, the happier the Sanchong Palace will be. But if 3 sects are destroyed, the self-cultivators will be intimidated and their hearts will start to beat faster. Village chief Old Cloth took Little Shuai from his shoulder into his arms and pinched his cheeks. Little hoodwinker, learn from me and you'll definitely have a bright future. Little Shuai curled his lips. I'll become an old hoodwinker in the future. And then? Zhuge Xiaosheng asked. With the self-cultivator's temperament, when they realize that 3 of the 8 gates have been destroyed and that the benefits they promised can no longer be realized, they'll start to shrink back and lose their desire to fight again. So next, the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard must be brought up. Village chief Old Bu had a confident look on his face. Supreme Immortal Leaderboard? Mu Yu nodded slightly. That's right. Mu Yu, you said last time that the Sanchong Palace was deliberately delaying the battle between the Xian Immortals. Although I don't know why, the more they don't want to face something, the more we have to force them to face it. In the eyes of the self-cultivators, the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard exists to fight against human. So when they see 3 of the 8 gates fall and their morale plummet, they will naturally think of the first 9 Xian Immortals. They will turn their hopes to the first 9 Xian Immortals. Chapter 974. Mu Yu thought about what Helion Kong said about Xian Immortals. Once the first 9 Xian Immortals were confirmed, They could activate the 9 profound heaven dipper formation and control the power of the heavens. The threefold palace seemed to be planning some conspiracy using the power of the heavens, but it didn't look like they were ready yet. Helion Kong speculated that this was the reason why they postponed the battle of the Shen Immortals. Mu Yu told me last time that the final battle of the Shen Immortals is decided by the threefold palace, so they can change it as they wish. However, if the cultivation world is in a state of panic again, we just have to find a way to spread the news that the battle of the Shen Immortals is imminent. We have to confirm it as soon as possible and summon all the extreme immortals in the cultivation world to participate in the battle. We will definitely get everyone's support. When the time comes, we will find a way to gather all the extreme immortals in the cultivation world to the extreme immortal stele and activate it. I think the threefold palace won't be able to stop us. Village Chief Old Bu said confidently. That's right. As long as 2/3 of the extreme immortals are present, the extreme immortal stele can be activated. When the time comes, the extreme immortals in the threefold palace will have to be there even if they don't want to because they want to control the first 9 Shen immortals. Mu Yu nodded. That's right. The more the enemy doesn't want to face something, the more we have to create conditions for them to face it. This will make them panic. When the time comes, Mu Yu, it will be time for you to make a move. I think it's not just you. Didn't you say there are 3 other senior brothers? If the 4 of you can occupy the first 9 spots of the extreme immortal stele, it will be equivalent to adding more trouble to the threefold palace. The more trouble the enemy has, the more chances we have. This is just like the story I told about Mu Yu taking over the White Tiger Pass. Mu Yu, you played the guards like a fool. Village Chief Old Bu looked at Mu Yu excitedly. Mu Yu blushed again. He still didn't know what the plot of taking over the White Tiger Pass was. It was all made up by this old man. As for the book The Legend of Mu Yu that Village Chief Old Bu wrote for him, Mu Yu was too embarrassed to flip through it. He thought that he should find some time to read this book. Although most of the content was fictional and made him feel ashamed, every time the village chief gave an example, he would feel puzzled. Needless to say, the legend of Mu Yu's heroic hero was created to elevate the little Mu Yu that village head Old Bu was so proud of so that he could fool the other kids in the village. However, village chief Old Bu was able to tell all kinds of stories, which was a kind of talent. Only by having the overall situation in mind could he tell a good story. Mu Yu had grown up listening to the stories of the village head, and he had learned many of the village head's ways of thinking. He knew under what conditions and how to fight to create favorable conditions for himself, especially when he was using the art of formation. As long as he grasped the right timing, even a Zhongtian art of formation could be more powerful than an Xiantian art of formation. Mu Yu was rarely at a disadvantage when fighting with people of the same level. This was because he was skilled in battle and had perfect control of the art of formation. It could be said that it was inseparable from village chief Old Bu's influence. Zhuge Xiaosheng nodded in praise. Old mister, you really think that you are a real talent. It is my fault for not recognizing you. Village chief Old Bu chuckled and said, No, I always tell stories, so I have to have some experience. Otherwise, how can I fool? No, otherwise, how can I make the children believe me? Don't you think so, Mu Yu? That's right. You're the best. Mu Yu nodded in agreement. When he was young, he only listened to half of the stories that the village chief told him. This was because the village chief liked to fool people, so he had to learn how to distinguish between the truth and the lies from the stories. However, when he listened to the village chief's stories of war, he also knew that the village chief had great foresight and was indeed a talented general. Actually, Mu Yu, you should read the autobiography that I wrote for you. I used 108 ways to mold you into a great talent who is both intelligent and brave. There are also many ways to arrange troops in the book. You are my pride. Village chief Old Bu patted Mu Yu's shoulder happily. Now that Mu Yu was taller than him, he could no longer touch Mu Yu's head. 108 ways. Mu Yu felt more and more guilty. Zhuge Xiaosheng looked at Mu Yu in surprise. Mu Yu, you have an autobiography? Yes, it is called The Legend of Mu Yu. It is currently out of print in the cultivation world, and there is only one copy. Do you want to read it? I gave this book to Mu Yu a few days ago. You can borrow it from him and read about my Mu Yu's growth, village chief old Bu said proudly. Without waiting for Zhuge Xiaosheng to ask, Mu Yu said in a panic, No, Grandpa, this is my secret. If other people know what I did, won't I be exposed in the future? What if other people discover my weakness? What kind of joke was this? Those were all fabricated stories. Mu Yu himself hadn't read it. If there were some shameful stories written in it, such as the embarrassing incident where he peed and drew circles when he was 3 years old, his reputation as the leader of the Formation Talisman sect would be ruined. Village chief old Bu twirled his beard. You are right, but didn't you say that this sect leader can be trusted? Mu Yu, don't you trust me? Zhuge Xiaosheng asked with a faint smile. He had already vaguely guessed what Mu Yu was worried about. Naturally, it wasn't a so-called weakness, but something that was difficult to talk about. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sect leader, don't make fun of me. 90% of this book is fabricated. The only real thing should be the 2 words Mu Yu. Zhuge Xiaosheng laughed heartily. I understand. But with old Mister's talent, Du's story has its merits. This really makes me curious. It's okay. If you want to read it, I can tell you. I already read it a few days ago. I have a photographic memory. The first volume is like this. The immortal master kneels down to the old village chief. There is a paragraph in it. Fast as you can say, our Mu Yu rushed over in time and fought with the immortal master for 300 rounds. It was called the sky darkening and the earth darkening, the sun and the moon losing their light. Mu Yu's 2 flying swords were like world-shaking heavenly thunder, specialized in judging the good and evil in the world. When the heavenly sword came out, sand flew and stones rolled, lightning flashed and thunder roared, making people almost unable to open their eyes. With a stab of the sword, the wind rose and the clouds surged, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Little Shuai began to talk non-stop. Mu Yu's face turned green. He quickly took out a drumstick and stuffed Little Shuai's mouth. Sect leader, wait for me to read it once, then I will show it to you. Mu Yu calmed down and said. He had to take a look at it personally to make sure that there was nothing shameful about this book. Then it's a deal. Zhuge Xiaosheng was very curious about the book written by village chief old Bu. For a village mortal farmer to be able to analyze the situation of the cultivation world so thoroughly, his book must have its merits. However, according to village chief old Bu's analysis, it was very clear what to do next. Mu Yu and company had already stayed in the Array faction for 10 days. In these 10 days, just as village chief old Bu said, the cultivation world began to be filled with war and disputes. While the human was fighting against the cities, the people of the 8 gates began to fight back. Just as village chief old Bu said, the human began to be defeated continuously. The morale of the cultivation world was greatly boosted. The cultivators had already regained their confidence in the 8 gates. The 8 gates also released extremely tempting conditions, including how many human they killed and how many outstanding military exploits they could make their sect or family a subsidiary of the 8 gates. In the future, they would be protected by the 8 gates forever. Their descendants would also have the opportunity to enter the 8 gates and become their disciples. One must know that the 8 gates were the leaders of the cultivation world. If the descendants of some small families could enter any of the 8 gates to study, they would definitely become outstanding and bring glory to their ancestors. And if the small sects were able to climb up the ranks of the 8 gates, it would be very beneficial for the development of the sects. Not to mention, the 8 gates also took out extremely precious techniques and top-grade magic treasures as rewards. In order to obtain these treasures and humans' repeated defeats, the cultivators' morale was very high and they were full of fighting spirit. The entire cultivation world seemed to have been reunited under the leadership of the 8 gates. At the same time, the cultivation world was quite dissatisfied with the Pill Cauldron sect and Array factions in action. However, the Pill Cauldron sect used the reason of being heavily injured by human as an excuse to close their sect. The Array faction used the reason of Zhuge Xiaosheng being heavily injured by human as an excuse to refuse to participate in the battle. The Pill Cauldron sect and Array faction both said that unless the three palaces were led by 9 mystic immortals, they would not participate in the battle. This immediately raised the importance of 9 mystic immortals. Letting 9 mystic immortals lead the human race against human had always been the norm, so the Pill Cauldron sect and Array faction's choice was understandable. Even if everyone wanted to say something, they couldn't find an excuse to refute. At this time, Mu Yu had already decided to carry out his plan to exterminate the sect. Big brother Mu Yu, do we really have to exterminate the Red Dust sect? Tian Ran asked hesitantly. Mu Yu knew what Tian Ran was thinking. After all, she had grown up in the Red Dust sect. Even if the Red Dust sect had framed her and her mother, in her eyes, many of her sisters were innocent. They shouldn't have attracted such a disaster. Mu Yu pondered for a moment. Do you want more people like you to appear in the Red Dust sect in the future? For the sake of a so-called sect master, you want to become heartless and become a tool of the three palaces, helping the Avilders? Tian Ran shook her head. I hate the Red Dust sect's tribulation stage elders. In order to pursue a higher cultivation level, they all cultivated the Red Dust emotionless technique. In the past 2 years, they've even forbidden the female disciples of the sect from dating. But originally, many of my senior sisters had someone they liked. They were just forced to do so. Mu Yu sighed. Then what do you think we should do? Don't forget, your mother is still in the Red Dust sect. Tian Ran thought for a moment, then said, how about this? We only need to subdue the tribulation stage elders. I'm still a heavenly maiden in name, so I can lead the Red Dust sect and abolish the old rules and customs of the Red Dust sect. My senior sisters can truly be together with the men they like. Is that okay? Tian Ran looked earnestly at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's heart softened. He nodded. Okay, then let's go to the Red Dust sect and take care of all the tribulation stage elders. Chapter 975. Thank you. Tian Ran smiled happily. Silly girl. Mu Yu held Tian Ran's hand tightly. How many tribulation-passing elders does the Red Dust sect have? Little Shuai asked. Including Yang Qingyun, there are 7 in total. Tian Ran said. The Red Dust sect naturally had more tribulation-passing elders than the Pill Cauldron sect because it was more difficult for alchemists to reach the tribulation-passing stage. Then there are only 6 left. The 2 of us aren't enough to deal with 6 people. We need to find a few more tribulation-passing helpers. Mu Yu pondered. Zhuge Xiaosheng said, Mu Yu, I'm willing to help. Mu Yu thought for a moment. Although Zhuge Xiaosheng had just reached the tribulation-passing stage, as a formation master, he was extremely powerful. He nodded and said, okay, but 3 isn't enough. We don't only need to face the elders of the Red Dust sect, we also need to pay attention to the people of the Third Palace. If they went to the Red Dust sect and encountered the people of the Third Palace, it would be very troublesome. Zhuge Xiaosheng could resist them with his cultivation, but Tian Ran had just reached the tribulation-passing stage. It would be good if she could fight to a draw with one of them. When the time came, even if Mu Yu could fight 1 against 2, there wouldn't be enough people. Let's call Helian Kong too. Little Shuai suggested. He's an alchemist and a soul. If we really fight, he'll probably be at a disadvantage. We can't let him take the risk. Mu Yu shook his head. Master Lu hurried in from outside the formation hall and said, Mu Yu, I've already found the specific information. Thank you for your hard work. Master Lu, tell me. Mu Yu asked Master Lu to find out how the battle between the 8 gates and Yumen was going, as well as how many crossing calamity stage cultivators there were in the 8 gates, and how their strength was distributed. Master Lu wiped his sweat and said, as far as we know, each of the 8 gates has at least 7 tribulation passing stage cultivators keeping watch. In addition, there are some sects that are slightly weaker than the 8 gates, such as Sword Washing Valley, Wonderful Wood Sect and so on, which also have 4 or 5 tribulation passing stage experts. Currently, there are about 50 tribulation passing stage cultivators in the cultivation world. At this time, these 50 or so people are scattered in different cities to resist Yumen. The 8 gates have set an example, and each sect has sent out at least 5 tribulation passing stage self-cultivators. Human is no longer their opponent, and now the self-cultivators are following their lead. Village Chief Old Bu poured him a cup of tea and said, "Teacher Lu, come, sit." "Thank you, old Mr. Bu." Master Lu quickly said. He already knew the identity of Village Chief Old Bu, as well as the hidden side of him. No need, we are all on the same side." Village Chief Old Bu waved his hand. He found that ever since he came to the Formation sect, everyone was polite to him. At first, he was quite uncomfortable. After all, he was just a mortal, and these people were all self-cultivators. But because of Mu Yu, and because he casually speculated about the intentions of the threefold palace, and guessed all of them correctly, everyone was very respectful to him. "By the way, what about the matter I asked you to investigate?" There was a map placed in front of Village Chief Old Bu, which had been drawn on using array techniques. It had all the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents. At this moment, Village Chief Old Bu had also made some markings on it, all of which were related to the locations where the Yu Meng devils had appeared. Master Lu said with a face full of admiration, "Old Mr. Bu is right. Human's several lairs are indeed distributed in these areas. I personally went to investigate and found Priest Jin Human's lair, but I didn't dare to get too close, so I can't explain the specific situation." Master Lu had now stepped into the body fusion stage, but facing Priest Jin Human was still quite dangerous, so he didn't dare to get too close. "Old liar, how did you know where Human was distributed?" Little Shuai sat on a chair and gnawed on a chicken leg curiously. Village Chief Old Bu laughed, "I guessed it. You see, Human can quickly retreat after being defeated, and no one can catch up with them. They can't be found in the area where they disappeared, but I guess that as long as we follow the distribution of Human's locations and then analyze the mountains and rivers, it's easy to deduce their approximate lairs." In these few days, Zhuge Xiaosheng and the others really had a whole new level of respect for Village Chief Old Bu. An old man from the countryside without any cultivation was actually able to explain things methodically. Every move of the threefold palace was predicted by him, as if he had the help of God to see through the entire situation. He was quite extraordinary. Even Mu Yu was a little surprised. He had originally brought the village chief to the Formation sect to protect him, but he didn't expect to find a hidden talent who could point out the overall situation. "Grandpa, where do you think Priest Mu Yuman is most likely to be?" Mu Yu had promised Gomang that he would capture the blood lotus and use it as Gomang's body, so he wanted to know where the blood lotus was hiding and then think of a way to capture it. Village Chief Old Bu drew a map and said, "Mu Yuman is not the main force of the battle, but they can be seen almost everywhere. And in this battle, Priest Yuman didn't participate, so it's difficult to determine their specific location. I suspect that the 4 priests Yuman you mentioned should be restricted by the threefold palace. Otherwise, if they were to join the battle, it would be very difficult for the 8 gates to defeat them, even if they had the strength of a tribulation stage cultivator. So there's no way to find Priest Yuman's whereabouts?" Mu Yu asked. Village Chief Old Bu nodded. "Currently, it's like this. As long as we destroy Yuman's headquarters, they can't continue to pretend to be defeated. They have to let Priest Yuman come out to lead them. So, if you want to force Priest Yu Meng to come out, you have to go and destroy their nest, and make them really hurt their vitality, so that they can't continue with their act, however, this way, we can't destroy the self-cultivator's confidence and make them focus on the Shen Immortal, right?" Mu Yu said. "That's right. At this time, even if Priest Yuman comes out to lead them, their subordinates are already badly hurt and can't fight the human race head-on. That's all the more reason for the threefold palace to not use the extreme immortal monument," Village Chief Old Bu said. "I understand. Then it's better for us to take the initiative and turn things into a situation that the threefold palace doesn't want to see." Mu Yu temporarily put the matter of the blood lotus aside, because he would definitely have a chance to face Priest Yuman in the future, so he wasn't in a hurry. "Grandpa Village Chief, where are the people of the Red Dust sect now?" Tian Ran asked. Village Chief Old Bu pointed at the map and said, "According to Master Lu's information, the Red Dust sect has sent out 5 people. One of them is a tribulation passing stage elder in Shoyang City. This city just so happens to be jointly guarded by a Stargate elder. They've already brought self-cultivators to search the Sheep Intestine mountain range near Shoyang City in order to find humans' headquarters. Of course, they won't be able to find it. The remaining tribulation passing stage self-cultivators are scattered in other cities. Doesn't that mean that the Red Dust sect only has one tribulation passing stage elder guarding it? After we go to the Red Dust sect, we should be able to subdue them, right? Tianran said in pleasant surprise. Although she didn't know which elder was guarding the Red Dust sect right now, with 3 against 1, especially with Mu Yu's presence, their chances of winning were very high. Village Chief Old Bu shook his head. If it were me, I wouldn't go to the Red Dust sect. Why? Tian Ran asked in confusion. Because the Sanchong Palace knows that I'll go to the Red Dust sect for revenge. Mu Yu explained. Village Chief Old Bu nodded his head in praise. Mu Yu is right. Back in Chun'an City, you sacrificed yourself to help Mu Yu out. The Sanchong Palace easily heard about this from the survivors. You're Mu Yu's little sweetheart. If something happens to you, won't Mu Yu go crazy? He'll definitely find an opportunity to rush to the Red Dust sect for revenge. Right now, the 3 tribulation passing stage elders of the Red Dust sect aren't in the sect. It looks like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for revenge. I'm sure that there's a powerful figure in the Red Dust sect waiting for Mu Yu to deliver himself to their doorstep. Tian Rant's face turned slightly red. She didn't think too much about it, especially when Village Chief Old Bu called her little sweetheart. Grandpa, I'm not his little sweetheart. He's always been a heartless person. Tian Ran stuck out her tongue. Mu Yu scratched Tian Rant's nose. Of course you're not my little sweetheart. Then what am I to you? Tian Ran asked curiously. I'm not telling you. Mu Yu spread his hands. Tian Ran snorted. She put her hands on her hips and said, Grandpa Village Chief, Big Brother Mu Yu is bullying me again. Village Chief Old Bu knocked Mu Yu's head. Mu Yu, don't bully Tian Ran. Mu Yu sighed helplessly. All right. You're my whole world. Ooh. Xiao Shuai's body trembled. I'm getting goosebumps. Mu Yu raised his hand and flicked Xiao Shuai's head. Anyway, it's most likely that there's a Grand Ascension stage cultivator in the Red Dust sect waiting for me in the 3rd layer palace, so I don't think I can go to the Red Dust sect for the time being. Mu Yu said. He pondered for a moment. Mu Yu was more confident in destroying the Ghost Gate and the Tianxing Gate than the Red Dust Gate, which had an ambush. The Tianxing Gate had 7 divine peaks, which floated in midair through a matrix. As for the Gate of Hell, he had seen Meng Po and Duke Meng. He had experienced the Twin Corpse Sea, so he had a way to deal with the Gate of Hell. Sect Master, the Stargate's formation hasn't been maintained in the past few years, right? Mu Yu asked. Zhuge Xiaosheng was annoyed when he thought of the Stargate. He said, the Stargate doesn't have the face nor the guts to ask us to maintain their formation. Back then, the Talisman sect had joined forces with the Stargate and almost destroyed the Array sect. Now that the Talisman sect was firmly controlled by the Array sect, there was no one to maintain the 7 divine peaks of the Stargate. That's simple. Mu Yu nodded. The 7 divine peaks of the Stargate all needed to be maintained regularly. Otherwise, there would be some flaws. This was an opportunity. Village Chief Old Bu said, Mu Yu, I suggest you go to the Gate of Hell. According to the current distribution of the 8 gates, the Gate of Hell's forces are the most scattered. Almost every major city has people from the Gate of Hell. The 3 tribulation passing experts they sent out aren't gathered in the same city. I think they are collecting souls from everywhere. This means that if something happens to the Gate of Hell's sect, the people outside won't be able to rush back to help at the same time. You guys will have more chances. Mu Yu thought of the Mu Yu's legend of the hero that he had been watching for the past few days. He smiled and said, Grandpa, I have a better idea. Do you remember the story of bravely conquering the Twin Demon City? Village Chief Old Bu blinked his eyes and came to a sudden realization. You mean? Wonderful. Not bad, Mu Yu. Your brain works faster than mine. That's right, I can't do worse than Muyu in here. Chapter 976. Wuqiu City. Wuqiu City was a large cultivation city with a population of more than 500,000 people. It had a very important position in the cultivation world, so there were many guards here. Now, there were 6 tribulation stage experts guarding the city. The city defense formation enveloped the entire city. All cultivators who entered the city would be strictly interrogated and go through 2 inspection procedures to prevent human from invading. Mu Yu and Xiao Shuai had already entered Wuqiu City. Xiao Shuai was holding a lamb skewer in his hand and happily munching on it. This time, only the 2 of them came out. Tian Ran didn't come with them because it was unwise for Mu Yu to bring Tian Ran with him to carry out his plan. Tian Ran and Zhuge Xiaosheng had to wait for him to settle things properly and wait for the right time to make their move. There were many people coming and going on the streets of Wuqiu City. Most of them were excited cultivators. Because Yuman was defeated by the people led by the 8 gates when he attacked Wuqiu City, the morale of the human race was greatly boosted. Walking on the streets, Mu Yu could hear cultivators talking about how the 3 tribulation stage experts of Stargate defeated Yuman together. Elder Tian Huyang of Stargate is really awe-inspiring. This person's cultivation is probably at the 5th sky of tribulation stage, right? I heard that it's not just that. Elder Tian Huyang's cultivation is profound. I heard that his at the 6th sky of tribulation stage. Daoist Yu Guan of Shenling sect is also very powerful. With 1 palm strike, Yuman was turned into ashes before he could even cry out. Now that the elders of the 8 gates are here, there's no need for the 9 mystic immortals of the Supreme Immortal Leaderboard to come out. Yeah. I believe that as long as we find an opportunity to capture 5 Spirit Lords Yuman alive, we can take Yuman down again. A group of people were talking about it on the street. They all praised the great strength of the 8 gates at the crossing calamity stage. In this era of panic, the 8 gates could stand up and lead the world of cultivation to fight, which indeed stabilized the morale of the people. Have you heard? Recently, the elder of the Earth Emperor sect offered a Class 7 demonic beast's inner core as a reward. As long as you kill 5,000 human, you can exchange for this Class 7,000 red silver Jiao's inner core. How many have you killed? I've only killed 50. Last time, I spent 20 soul points to exchange for a medium-grade flying sword. I've only killed 42 of them. I really hope we can find Yuman's lair soon. I want to kill a few more. The few cultivators at the roadside stall seemed to be very eager to kill Yuman. They were no longer as cowardly as before. Mu Yu listened for a while and realized that everyone was discussing the so-called soul points. They were also comparing the number of Yuman they killed. This made Mu Yu very curious. How did they determine the number of Yuman they killed? Mu Yu pondered. I just saw them comparing the things in their palms. I guess there's some kind of mark on their palms. Xiao Shuai bought a few sticks of candied haws from God knows where and even ate them together with the mutton skewers. He realized that it was more interesting to eat like this. He didn't know how this strange taste was cultivated. Let's go take a look. Mu Yu silently followed the 2 middle-aged men in front of him. According to the content of their conversation, the green-clothed cultivator was called Zhonggan, and the yellow-clothed cultivator was called Wen Li. Zhonggan's cultivation was at the 2nd firmament of nascent soul stage, while Wen Li's cultivation was at the 3rd firmament of nascent soul stage. Junior martial brother Wen Li, how many soul points do you have now? Zhonggan asked with a smile. Wen Li waved his hand and said proudly, Senior martial brother, I already have 68 soul points. What about you? Haha, senior martial brother has a bit more than you. I already have 80 soul points. Right, what do you want to exchange for this time? Zhonggan asked. From the tone of these 2 people, they seemed to be fellow disciples of the same sect. Senior martial brother, I want to exchange for the Soul's Shock Sword from the Gate of Hell. However, the Soul's Shock Sword requires 100 soul points. I still need to kill a few more human. Senior martial brother, what do you want to exchange for? Wen Li shook his head and sighed. Zhonggan smiled. I don't have anything to exchange for now. Don't worry, junior martial brother. The next time the human attacks, I'll help you accumulate 100 soul points. The two of us will work together to subdue the human, and you'll be in charge of killing them. Wenli said gratefully, Thank you, senior martial brother. I know that senior martial brother treats me the best. Don't be so courteous with senior martial brother. Master said that we have to take care of each other outside. Let's go. Right, senior martial brother will bring you to meet someone. Zhonggan patted Wenli's shoulder. Okay. Wenli's expression was very relaxed. He had always trusted his senior martial brother. Zhonggan and Wenli turned around and entered an alley. After passing through the alley, they arrived at a poplar forest in the city. This senior martial brother is quite loyal. Little Shuai said as he chewed on the mutton skewers and tanghulu. Mu Yu's eyes flickered with a strange light. He didn't say anything and only maintained a distance from the two of them. He silently followed them. With his cultivation, he wouldn't be discovered by the two of them. Okay, here it is. Zhonggan looked around and then said, Senior martial brother, you said that you wanted to bring me to meet someone. Who exactly do you want to meet? Wenli asked curiously. Zhonggan said gently, Don't be anxious. He'll be here soon. I was just about to give you a surprise. Surprise? Senior martial brother, could it be that the person you're talking about is? Wenli suddenly became excited. Close your eyes first. Naturally, you can't peek at the surprise. Zhonggan patted Wenli's shoulder. Wenli closed his eyes without any vigilance and said excitedly, Okay. Zhonggan saw that Wenli's eyes had already closed. The smile on his face was still as warm as spring, but his eyes had become cold. The person that senior martial brother wants you to meet, you will never guess. Swish. A sword beam flashed past and a cold sword tip pierced through Wenli's heart. It pierced through Wenli's back and out of his chest. The tip of the sword was still dripping with blood. The blood that fell onto the grass was a ghastly sight. Wenli suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head in disbelief. Senior martial brother, what are you doing? The clothes on his chest were already dyed red with blood. The person that senior martial brother wants you to meet is the king of hell, Zhonggan said with a fake smile. Why? Wenli didn't understand why the senior martial brother who usually took care of him would suddenly kill him. Zhonggan's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Junior martial brother, don't blame senior martial brother for being ruthless. Because I also need 100 soul points to exchange for that soul shock sword. Wenli didn't understand and asked, Then why do you want to kill me? You should kill human. Only by killing them can you get soul points. Zhonggan laughed coldly. Junior martial brother, you are wrong. Killing human isn't the only way to get soul points. Killing people can also get soul points. Not only that, as long as I kill you, I can get all of your soul points. You have 68 soul points now. If I kill you, I will have 100 and can exchange for the soul shock sword. But the gate of hell offered 30 soul shock swords as a reward. Why do you have to kill me? Wenli's voice was trembling. He was almost shouting. Zhonggan snorted coldly. You probably don't know yet, right? Right now, there are only 2 soul shock swords left in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. I can't wait any longer. If I'm late, I'm afraid there won't be any left. Therefore, junior martial brother, I can only wrong you. Don't worry, I will explain everything to master. I will say that you were greedy for merit and died in human's hand. Zhonggan suddenly raised the sword in his hand. A strong spiritual energy slashed out, wanting to split Wenli in half. Crash. Wenli wasn't split in half. He only shattered into formation patterns that filled the sky and fell into the forest like autumn leaves. Zhonggan was shocked and cried out, How can this be? Behind a white birch tree, Wenli walked out with a face full of shock. Beside him stood the silent Mu Yu. Zhonggan looked at Wenli, who was stabbed in the heart by him just now, and then his eyes fell on the strange Mu Yu next to him. His pupils shrank, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Who are you? Zhonggan shouted at Mu Yu in a threatening manner. Mu Yu looked at Zhonggan indifferently. He waved his hand and a formation pattern suddenly rolled out. It wrapped around Zhonggan's neck and pulled Zhonggan in front of him. He slapped Zhonggan's dantian and directly crippled him. Zhonggan's face was ashen. He was only at the nascent soul stage. How could he resist Mu Yu, who was at the crossing tribulation stage? In the blink of an eye, he collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. His face was filled with pain. After dealing with him, I have something to ask you. After Mu Yu finished speaking to Wen Li, he walked to the side and leaned against a tree trunk. He didn't know why, but there was a trace of inexplicable anger in his heart that couldn't be quelled. Perhaps it was Zhonggan's so-called senior martial brother identity that made him feel disgusted. He thought of his missing senior martial brothers and felt a little melancholy. He had returned home. Where was senior martial brother? Wen Li couldn't bear to look at Zhonggan, who was crippled by Mu Yu in the blink of an eye. He still didn't give up and asked, "Senior martial brother, I always thought that you were a good person. You always took good care of me. I also respected you. I don't understand. Why would you want to kill me?" Zhonggan gritted his teeth. He thought of the past and his face was filled with hatred. He shouted angrily, "You don't understand. You respect me? Bullshit. In Master's eyes, you are the only polite disciple. Don't think that I don't know that you are flattering Master. Before you entered the sect, Master had always thought highly of me. Ever since you entered the sect, Master has treated you like a treasure. He gave you all the good cultivation resources." Zhonggan became more agitated as he spoke. He seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body and continued to shout angrily. "Originally, my cultivation was higher than yours so I could tolerate it. But now, your cultivation has surpassed mine. I heard that Master was going to give the position of sect leader to you. I will not allow you to ride on my head. As long as you obtain the Soul Shock Sword, your strength will surpass mine. At that time, all the respect will be bullshit. I will not allow such a thing to happen. So you must die." Wen Li muttered, "Senior martial brother, you know that I am not such a person. I told Master that you are the successor of the sect leader. I don't want to be the sect leader because I feel that you are more suitable than me." Master also agreed. But how can you treat me like this?" Chapter 977. Mu Yu didn't know why he wanted to save Wen Li, someone who had nothing to do with him. Perhaps it was because he saw the fake affection in Zhonggan's eyes, which made him angry. That was why he chose to save Wen Li. Mu Yu didn't say anything when little Shui said, "This senior brother is quite sentimental." This was because he knew that the sentimental look in his senior brother's eyes was fake. It wasn't the look of a senior brother who truly cared about his junior brother. On the other hand, Wen Li looked at Zhonggan with genuine respect. He didn't hide it. Mu Yu could tell at a glance whether the feelings between the senior brothers were real or fake. This was because he had 3 senior brothers. Chengyang never complained about how he treated them. He always had a tolerant attitude. Even if his junior brothers went their separate ways because of different beliefs, Chengyang would still wait for his junior brothers to return home and protect them in his own way. Luo Shong had always found Mu Yu to be an eyesore. He would directly express his displeasure, and his words were also quite impolite. He never tried to hide anything. However, whenever Mu Yu was in trouble, Luo Shong would always help him solve it. After that, he would scold Mu Yu. Even though Luo Shong's personality had changed when they met in East Sand City, he didn't abandon Mu Yu. Xiongnan's cultivation had reached a terrifying level right from the start. After he merged with Hutu, he could easily kill his 3 senior brothers in the Death Desert. However, Xiongnan didn't do that. He wanted to persuade Mu Yu to join him and fight against the cultivators and human together. After Mu Yu rejected him, he didn't say anything. He even asked the controlled cultivators in Clearwater City to protect Mu Yu's family. The 4 of them had never thought of killing each other. Even if they had different opinions, they would only choose to leave. They wouldn't do anything to anyone. Mu Yu cherished this kind of relationship between fellow disciples. They were all part of Falling Dust Mountain, disciples of their master. They could have different opinions, but they would never do something like what Zhonggan had done, harming their fellow disciples. Therefore, he didn't like people like Zhonggan. Calm down, eat a tang hulu? Xiao Shuai saw through Mu Yu's intentions. Mu Yu didn't take it. He just reached out and patted little Shuai's head. Aya, there are many things like this in the cultivation world every day. You can't save all of them, little Shuai said. Mu Yu shook his head. I didn't want to save them. The life and death of the cultivators have nothing to do with me. I just couldn't help but think of them, whose whereabouts are unknown, and think of my responsibility as their senior and junior brothers. He did not know how he was going to face his 3 senior brothers in the future. He did not need to worry about his eldest senior brother, Chengyang. He was more worried about Xiongnan and Luo Shong. If in the future, the 2 of them would gradually be corrupted by the power of slaughter to the point that they forgot their original intentions and forgot about their fellow disciples because of Yuman, then when that day arrived, what would he do? Was he going to fight against Xiongnan and Luo Shong? Thank you for saving me, my lord. Wen Li walked over and thanked him gratefully. He looked a little tired. Almost being killed by his senior brother had drained him mentally and physically. Mu Yu glanced at Zhonggan, who was limping away in the distance. Wen Li had clearly chosen to let his senior brother go instead of killing him. Mu Yu did not say anything, nor did he make a move to kill this person. This matter originally had nothing to do with him. It was only because he thought of his 3 senior brothers that he decided to save Wen Li. It's fine. Mu Yu's heart slowly calmed down. He understood that each sect had its own rules. Most sects wanted to strengthen themselves, so brothers in the sect would often scheme against each other. In order to gain the favor of their elders, they would choose to kill each other. But that wasn't the case for Dustfall Mountain. To Mu Yu, Dustfall Mountain was a pure land. The purpose of the Dustfall sect wasn't to compete with others. They were a poor and simple sect that practiced simple cultivation. A kind master would teach his disciples the principles of how to conduct themselves. Fellow apprentices and sisters would play around with each other. There was no need to fight and scheme against each other for cultivation resources. Everyone was treated equally. There, it was not a sect, but a family. There could be arguments, but there would never be bloodshed. How many sects in the cultivation world could achieve such a level of success? May I know my lord's name? Wen Li respectfully said. He could naturally see that the cultivation of this young man in front of him was far above his own. Zhonggan's framing of him made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart, but he still wanted to express his gratitude to the person who saved him. Mu Yu said calmly, "There's no need to know my name. First, tell me what soul points are." Wen Li raised his head in confusion and said in surprise, "My lord, you don't know?" "Nonsense. I'm asking you because I don't know. If I knew, why would I ask you?" Little Shuai scolded from the side. Wen Li smiled awkwardly and quickly said, "Yes, I was rude. My lord, the soul points are a kind of formation that the Extreme Immortal Pavilion set up to encourage us to kill the Yumeng devils. Every time we kill a Yumeng devil, a number will appear on our palm." Wen Li extended his right palm. In his palm, there was a white sphere. It was very lifelike and the sphere was faintly flickering with a holy white light. Mu Yu could tell at a glance that this sphere was the soul bead that the people of the Third Palace usually used. However, it was now like a projection engraved on Wen Li's palm. There was a number in the sphere. At this moment, Wen Li's palm had 68 written on it. Wen Li continued to explain, "These are soul points. Killing human can accumulate soul points. The more you kill, the more soul points you get. Killing human of different strengths will give you different soul points. For example, killing a yellow stage human will give you 1 soul point. Killing a profound stage human will give you 5 soul points. Killing an earth stage human will give you 50 soul points. Killing a heaven stage human will give you 5 soul points. After accumulating a certain amount of soul points, you can go to Extreme Immortal Pavilion to exchange for the corresponding items. For example, I've always wanted to gather 100 soul points to exchange for the Soul Shock Sword refined by the people of the Gate of Hell, but I didn't expect, sigh. When Li thought of his senior apprentice brother and felt a sense of melancholy. A while ago, the cultivators accidentally discovered that not only can you get soul points by killing human, but if you're lucky enough to kill someone with a higher cultivation, you can also get all the soul points of the other party. The 8 gates came out to clarify that this is a flaw in soul techniques. They strictly forbid us from killing each other. Those who disobey will be severely punished. I didn't expect senior apprentice brother to secretly do this to me. When Li shook his head. His cultivation had already surpassed his senior apprentice brother. That was why his senior apprentice brother wanted to make a move on him. I understand. Then how long has it been since human invaded Wuqiu City? Mu Yu asked without batting an eyelid. When Li felt that Mu Yu's question was very strange. It could be said that there were very few people in the cultivation world who didn't know about human's situation. However, he didn't voice out his doubts. He only answered honestly. Every few days, human will invade. We need to fight with the human. The rewards in Extreme Immortal Pavilion are very tempting. There are many magic treasures and techniques that are worth risking our lives for. Therefore, every time we fight with the human, there are countless casualties among the human race. However, the number of human deaths is even higher. Then where are the people of the 8 gates now? How can we meet them? Mu Yu asked. He came to Wuqiu City to find a person. Sir, the people of the 8 gates are in Extreme Immortal Pavilion. Extreme Immortal Pavilion is the base of the 8 gates. It's also the place where we exchange soul points. When Li replied. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Then, he waved his hand. You can go now. Yes, thank you sir for saving my life. When Li bowed and left the birch forest. Xiao Shui smacked his lips and said, the threefold palace is really amazing. They even used formations to get soul points. Mu Yu snorted. Grandpa Village Chief is right. The world is bustling with activity. Everyone comes and goes for benefits. The threefold palace took advantage of the fact that the human race is willing to risk their lives for benefits. That's why they created this thing. I have to say that their method is very successful. As long as there are benefits, there's no need to worry about the cultivators retreating. Actually, this method of exchanging soul points for magic treasures wasn't thought of by Jie. According to what Mu Yu knew, Helion Kong's era had already existed. However, the soul points back then weren't this white soul technique. Instead, it was a statistical formation set up by the Formation Glyph sect. It was similar, and there were records of this in the Formation Glyph sect. The threefold palace that Jie controlled now was just a method that the threefold palace used to motivate people to fight. What was different from the threefold palace was that the threefold palace of Helion Kong's era used formations to do statistics. After killing a cultivator, one wouldn't get the accumulated points of the cultivator. However, Jie changed this rule. Killing your own people can get all the points of the other party. This way, killing a cultivator is more practical than killing a human. Not only does Jie want the cultivators to kill human, but he also wants the cultivators to kill each other. This plan is really vicious, said Little Commander. The threefold palace's goal of controlling the war is to create more deaths. There's no difference between killing each other and killing human, said Mu Yu. This was no longer the era where the human race and human were fighting to the death. Instead, it was the dark era controlled by Jie. Jie made full use of the cultivators' self-interest. He wanted the cultivators to kill human in the open and kill their own people in the dark to achieve his goal. He was vicious. But if he does this, won't everyone think of killing their own people instead of killing human? Asked Little Commander. Did you forget? Didn't he say that those with lower cultivation can only get points if they kill those with higher cultivation? In other words, it's useless for those with higher cultivation to kill those with lower cultivation. Think about it. How likely is it that those with lower cultivation can kill those with higher cultivation? Said Mu Yu. The threefold palace would have thought of this. They just purposely left a loophole to increase the chances of death. After all, it was possible for those with lower cultivation to kill those with higher cultivation as long as they used some underhanded methods. That's true. That's why they probably need someone like Zhonggan. Killing those you trust is undoubtedly the most effective method. It's really scary, said Little Commander. The threefold palace did this to drive a wedge between the cultivators. They want the cultivators to be unable to trust each other. Otherwise, if they're not careful, they'll be killed by others. As long as the cultivators are suspicious of each other, they'll be restricted from spreading bad news about the threefold palace. This is because the threefold palace controls all those with higher cultivation. For the sake of their own interests and safety, people with high cultivations wouldn't believe the words of people with low cultivations. As for people with low cultivations, they didn't dare to trust people with lower cultivations than them. They could only try their best to curry favor with people with higher cultivations. Regardless of whether they had malicious intentions or not, they wouldn't be wrong to listen to people with higher cultivations. Chapter 978. The city of Wuqiu City was quite big, and there were countless of self-cultivator buildings. However, the Extreme Immortal Pavilion had become the most important place in many cities. Therefore, if one wanted to find the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, one only needed to look at it from a distance above the city to see the tallest and most luxurious building. Mu Yu walked into the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. There was a sea of people here, and countless people were exchanging soul points. Many people were surrounding the counters and pointing at them. The big sects all took out tempting magic treasures and techniques, as well as some precious materials. Different sects' items were divided into several exhibition areas. The entire Extreme Immortal Pavilion had 5 floors, and each floor was very big, enough to accommodate at least 1,000 people at the same time. I've never liked the Extreme Immortal Pavilion, but I have to admit that their free pastries are quite delicious. Little Shuai had already temporarily stored the candied haws and mutton skewers into Mu Yu's universe sleeve. Once he entered, he went to find a large pile of pastries to eat. Mu Yu looked around and saw the Stargate Soul Point exchange area at a glance. Stargate was worthy of being one of the 8 gates. They were rich and imposing, and the items they exchanged were dazzling, making people drool. 500 soul points can be exchanged for a Stargate Outer Disciple token. That's great, I must exchange for such a precious opportunity for my son to enter the sect. 1,500 soul points can be exchanged for the Stargate Outer Disciple Elder status. When will I be able to gather so many? This star guiding spear is 2,000 soul points. Oh my god! It's said that this is a magic treasure personally refined by Stargate's Tian Huyang when he was in the body fusion stage. It's extremely precious. 1,300 soul points can enter the Stargate's Tianji Peak to cultivate for a month. It's really something to look forward to. Many people were pointing and gossiping in front of the Stargate's Soul Points exhibition area. Most of them were just talking and joining in on the fun. Those with low cultivation simply flinched at the sight of it. However, they could exchange for items that were worth 20 to 30 soul points, such as the inner core of a Class 3 demonic beast. Mu Yu even saw some pills that could be exchanged for. Alchemists weren't just limited to the Danding school. In the cultivation world, many sects would also cultivate their own alchemists. It was just that the Danding school's pills were more comprehensive. Moreover, most of the high-level pills were concentrated in the Danding school. He roughly glanced at them, and discovered that many of these medicinal pills were 3rd or 4th rank. The highest-ranked medicinal pills were only a few 5th-rank medicinal pills. Furthermore, the soul points they could be exchanged for were ridiculously high. For example, a 5th-rank spirit-restoring pill was worth 900 soul points. Now that the Danding school is closed, the supply of medicinal pills can't meet the demand. I'm afraid that many people can't even buy a spirit-restoring pill with 100,000 soul points. Xiao Shuai's mouth was stuffed with pastries, and he spoke with a lisp. However, Mu Yu was pondering about another matter in his heart. Because the Danding school and the Array faction were the most important to cultivators, he had a close relationship with them. In that case, he could completely rely on Array techniques and medicinal pills to firmly grasp the mentality of cultivators. Compared to the techniques exchanged for by the 8 gates, medicinal pills, and array techniques were much more attractive to cultivators. He already had a rough plan in his mind, and he knew how to use cultivators to deal with the threefold palace. However, the plan now had to be carried out step by step. Mu Yu came here because Master Lu told him that Stargate's Tian Jiancheng was in Wuqiu City. Tian Jiancheng was an elder of the Stargate's body integration stage. His status and position were quite high, and he knew many secrets of the Stargate. If Mu Yu wanted to destroy the Stargate, he first needed an elder who could enter the various secret forbidden areas of the Stargate as a guide. When Tian Jiancheng was in the desert of Qingshui City, he was already under Xiongnan's control. Mu Yu naturally came to find Tian Jiancheng, which was the most sensible thing to do. Look, there's even a chance to exchange soul points for guidance from an expert. 10,000 soul points can only be exchanged for 2 days of guidance from a tribulation-passing heavenly Huyang. Little Shuai took out a list from somewhere and pointed at it. Mu Yu took the list and looked at it carefully. He found that there were more than 500 kinds of things that could be exchanged with soul points, and there were all kinds of benefits. Not only was there guidance from Tian Huyang, but there was also guidance from a body integration stage elder, and guidance from a severed soul stage expert. In the cultivation world, from the severed soul stage onwards, one was considered a true expert. Therefore, guidance from a severed soul stage expert was a very precious opportunity for low-level cultivators. To become the disciple of Elder Tian Jiancheng, who is at the body integration stage, requires 6,000 soul points. Mu Yu looked at the Stargate's soul points exchange list. All kinds of prices were clearly marked. Even becoming the disciple of a master was a transaction. It was really a good method. However, how could an ordinary person collect so many soul points? Killing a heaven stage Yumeng would cost 500 soul points, killing an earth stage Yumeng would cost 50 soul points, a profound stage Yumeng would cost 5 soul points, and a yellow stage Yumeng would cost 1 soul point. Yumen wouldn't just stand there and let others kill him. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to pay a price. Sometimes, they would even lose their own lives. Obviously, it was enough to quickly collect enough soul points to kill 12 heaven stage Yumen. However, if one had the ability to kill a heaven stage Yumen, his cultivation level would be at least at the body integration stage. Would he still need to become the disciple of a master? However, because the price of this transaction was clearly stated, Mu Yu had a rough idea of the heavenly star sect's true strength. For example, there were now 80 cultivators at the form synthesis stage in the heavenly star sect. This could be said to be a terrifying number. 80 body integration stage cultivators. It could be seen how powerful they were. It seems that Stargate should have recruited a lot of other rogue cultivators as guest elders. Mu Yu remembered that Danding School didn't have so many body integration stage guest elders, but Stargate obviously recruited a lot of body integration stage outsiders for this war. However, a new problem arose. How was he going to find Tian Jiancheng? Now, Mu Yu naturally couldn't brazenly go and find Tian Jiancheng. There were 6 tribulation passing stage experts in the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. When Mu Yu entered the pavilion, he sensed it. These tribulation passing stage elders were on the top floor of the pavilion. If anything happened downstairs, they would definitely show up in time. Mu Yu would have a hard time dealing with 6 tribulation passing stage elders alone. Moreover, once his identity was exposed, his plan to destroy Stargate would probably go wrong. Do we also have to kill Yumen to exchange for soul points and then become the disciple of Tian Jiancheng? Xiao Shuai asked in disdain. Become his disciple? Where does he get his confidence from? Mu Yu snorted. Naturally, he wouldn't kill Yumen. It wasn't his style to kill a few people when he met them. Mu Yu looked at the workers in the corner who were in charge of recording and exchanging soul points. He squeezed to the side and wanted to ask about Elder Tian Jiancheng's situation. However, it seemed like he was in luck because there were people discussing something beside him. Have you heard? It's said that the new Valley Master of Golden Wolf Valley, Chou Jinghuan, collected 6,000 soul points yesterday. Today, he's preparing to become the disciple of Stargate's Elder Tian Jiancheng. A young man with a scar on his nose said. I've also heard about this. I didn't expect the new Valley Master of Golden Wolf Valley to be able to collect 6,000 soul points. It's really inconceivable. A woman with a seductive face said as she twisted her waist. Don't be ridiculous. Golden Wolf Valley is a second-rate sect. That Cho Jinghuan's cultivation is only at the first layer of the spirit severing stage. How could he collect 6,000 soul points? A red-bearded man said in a gruff voice. The scarred young man said mysteriously, "You're ignorant and inexperienced." It said that this Cho Jinghuan was originally the youngest disciple of the previous Valley Master of Golden Wolf Valley. The previous Valley Master of Golden Wolf Valley was originally at the first layer of the body fusion stage. He took in 10 disciples and they were all at the spirit severing stage. However, Cho Jinghuan, who has the lowest cultivation, became the Valley Master. What do you think the reason is? If you have something to say, say it. If you have fart, say it. Don't beat around the bush. The red-bearded man snorted. The scarred young man didn't get angry. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, "You don't know. This Cho Jinghuan used shameful methods to kill his master and 9 senior brothers." What? The red-bearded man and the enchanting woman were both shocked. Is that true? Think about whether or not there's something fishy about this matter. If someone with a lower cultivation base kills someone with a higher cultivation base, they can obtain all the soul points on the other party's body. With Cho Jinghuan's cultivation base at the first celestial layer of spirit severing stage, how could he gather 6,000 soul points? Golden Wolf Valley's Cho Jinghuan announced to the public that the previous Valley Master and 9 senior brothers were killed by human on the battlefield. Who would believe this kind of news? Everyone didn't say it out loud, but they all knew it in their hearts. Cho Jinghuan used some methods to kill his senior brothers and master when they weren't paying attention. Then, he stole all the soul points that his master and senior brothers obtained. The scarred young man said with contempt. This Cho Jinghuan is truly vicious and merciless. The red-bearded man couldn't help but say. The enchanting woman smiled charmingly. Actually, I don't think this is much. This is a very normal thing. People walk to higher places while water flows to lower places. Cho Jinghuan killed his master and 9 senior brothers, then went to take Tian Jiancheng as his master. This is hugging a thigh. It is said that after Tian Jiancheng returned from Clearwater City, his cultivation reached the 9th layer of the body integration stage. Taking a 9th layer of the body integration stage as a master is much better than following his spirit severing stage senior brothers. You are right. However, little sister Yarrow, can you tell me how many soul points you have collected now? The scarred young man laughed mischievously. The enchanting woman grabbed the scarred young man's collar. If you dare to have any ideas about me, I will kill you right now. The scarred young man smiled disdainfully. My cultivation is higher than yours. If I have any ideas about you, it would be you who wants to have ideas about me, right? A person with a lower cultivation would have to kill a person with a higher cultivation to get all the soul points of the other party. The scarred young man's cultivation was clearly higher than the enchanting woman's. When the enchanting woman heard this, she immediately put on a smiling face. She gently smoothed the scarred young man's clothes and then gently stroked the scarred young man's face with her fingertips. Big brother, you must be joking. I am not willing to lay my hands on you. Hee. Are you unwilling or don't dare? Why don't you come to my room tonight and let me dote on you? Everyone says that if you die under a peony, you will still be a romantic ghost. The scarred young man wasn't worried at all, but he still cursed in his heart. Clearly, he couldn't believe this enchanting woman. Okay. The enchanting woman twisted her slender waist and kept rubbing against the scarred young man's body. Chapter 979. Seeing the coldness in the scarred youth's eyes, it was impossible for him to let down his guard against the enchanting woman. The enchanting woman naturally wanted to kill the scarred youth. However, the scarred youth also had his own plans. He wanted to capture the enchanting woman and sell her to a lower cultivation level cultivator. Then, he would let the lower cultivation level cultivator kill the enchanting woman. This way, he would be able to make a huge profit. Of course, no one knew what the two were thinking. On the surface, they were laughing and joking, but in reality, they both wanted to kill each other. It was just that they didn't say it. The red-bearded man asked, "So they are going to be apprenticed today?" "Yes, I heard it's at the Auspicious Wish restaurant here." The apprenticeship ceremony of the 9th level of the Body Fusion Stage Senior Tian Jiancheng is a big event. The Golden Wolf Valley made it very grand and many people went to join in the fun, the scarred youth said. After hearing the scarred youth's words, Mu Yu indifferently turned around and left the Extreme Immortal Pavilion. He stopped a passerby and asked where the Auspicious Wish restaurant was. Then, he walked towards the restaurant. This Chou Jinghuan is really cruel and unscrupulous. He even killed his own martial brothers and master. I'll take more of these pastries. The Extreme Immortal Pavilion is also not a good place. Xiao Shuai fiercely stuffed all the pastries into his mouth. When he left just now, he even hugged a large pile of pastries. The waiter at the entrance of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion felt a little heartache. "Can you be a little more promising?" Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shuai, who was stuffing his mouth full of pastries. "If I eat more pastries, I can spend more of the Extreme Immortal Pavilion's expenses. I suggest that we go to the various Extreme Immortal Pavilions to eat. I can eat until the Extreme Immortal Pavilion goes bankrupt. This is also a way to deal with the Extreme Immortal Pavilion," Xiao Shuai said seriously. Mu Yu slightly shook his head, but in his heart, he was thinking about this matter. He was extremely disgusted with Chou Jinghuan's actions, but he didn't show it. The threefold palace's method of exchanging soul points made those close to them untrustworthy. They wanted to kill people with high cultivation to get all the soul points on them. The best target was definitely not to overestimate oneself and kill strangers. Therefore, killing martial brothers of the same sect was the most effective method. Interests had exposed the ugly face of the cultivators. The more Mu Yu experienced everything, the more he missed the carefree days in the Luochen mountain. However, the more he thought about it, the more melancholy he felt. He was afraid that he would have to stand against Luo Shong and Xiong Nan, who were slowly being eroded by the killing energy. The Ruyi restaurant was booked by the new Valley Master of the Golden Wolf Valley, Chou Jinghuan, because there was going to be an extremely important event for the Golden Wolf Valley. Chou Jinghuan, the Valley Master of the Golden Wolf Valley, wanted to take Elder Tian Jiancheng, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Stargate, as his master. In the cultivation world, the Golden Wolf Valley was not a top force. However, because of the Golden Wolf Daoist, who was at the 1st heavenly layer of the combination realm, it could be considered a second-rate force. However, it was said that the previous Valley Master of the Golden Wolf Valley, Daoist Golden Wolf, had died in the battle against Yuman. 9 out of 10 outstanding disciples had died. Therefore, the position of Valley Master naturally fell to Chou Jinghuan, who had the lowest cultivation level. Becoming the Valley Master of the Golden Wolf Valley with the strength of a 1st heavenly layer of the Spirit Severing Stage, compared to the previous Golden Wolf Valley, could be said to have lost a lot of strength. If he was targeted by his former enemies, it was very likely that he would be exterminated. However, no one expected that Chou Jinghuan would actually gather 6,000 soul points and take Tian Jiancheng as his master, hugging a thigh like Tian Jiancheng. As long as he had Tian Jiancheng, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm, as his nominal master, the entire Golden Wolf Valley would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, becoming even more powerful than before. Ruyi Restaurant was surrounded by people from the Golden Wolf Valley. There were also some guests invited by the Golden Wolf Valley. Most of these people were famous people from various sects in the cultivation world. They came to participate in Chou Jinghuan's apprenticeship ceremony. Most of their cultivations were at the Spirit Severing Stage. There were also some people who were from the opposing forces of the Golden Wolf Valley in the past. Chou Jinghuan only invited them to show off his power. In fact, everyone was disdainful of Chou Jinghuan, who was only at the Spirit Severing Stage. Those cultivators who were against the Golden Wolf Valley were even more so. However, there were so many people here today, mainly for Tian Jiancheng. Even if they looked down on Chou Jinghuan, they couldn't neglect Tian Jiancheng, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm. According to rumors, Tian Jiancheng was once an elder in charge of protecting the young master of the Stargate, Tian Buqi. His cultivation level wasn't high at the beginning, only at the third heavenly layer of the combination realm. However, after Tian Buqi was killed by Sikong Chiwen, Tian Jiancheng escaped from death. He should have been punished according to the sect's rules for not protecting the young master well. However, because his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm, he survived. Even the Stargate couldn't kill a cultivator at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm casually. In addition, Tian Jiancheng continued to make great contributions to the Stargate to atone for his crimes. He had become the strongest cultivator under the crossing calamity stage in the Stargate. To be able to acknowledge such a person as their master, even if Zhou Jinghuan had used unscrupulous means to obtain this opportunity, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest, and even more so, they did not dare to not attend the appointment. The floor of the Rui restaurant was covered with a layer of bright red carpet, which was incomparably luxurious. All the decorations in the restaurant were required to be replaced. Whether it was the tables, chairs, bowls, or chopsticks, none of them were old. Zhou Jinghuan spared no effort for this opportunity and paid a huge price. At this time, Zhou Jinghuan was standing at the entrance of the Rui restaurant, wearing a luxurious brocade robe and purple gold boots. He was about 40 years old, with a ruddy complexion and a complacent smile on his face. He treated the guests with an arrogant look. He did have the right to be arrogant, because after today, he would be the disciple of the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm, Tian Jiancheng. His status would soar, and those who didn't like him in the past would no longer be able to do anything to him. However, Tian Jiancheng hadn't appeared yet, because the auspicious time for the apprenticeship ceremony hadn't arrived yet, and many guests hadn't arrived yet. Zhou Jinghuan recalled the night 7 days ago. Under the lead of his master, he and his 9 senior apprentice brothers had successfully killed the Yumeng devils. His master, Daoist Golden Wolf, had single-handedly killed over 20 Earth-ranked Yumeng devils. He had even killed a Heaven-ranked Yumeng who had been heavily injured by Elder Tian Hu Yang but had not died. In an instant, he had collected 2,000 soul point. At that time, his 9 spirit-severing stage senior brothers also gained a lot, each of them at least 500 soul points, while he himself only got 200 soul points. The other senior brothers also laughed at him. However, Daoist Golden Wolf comforted him, saying, "Next time, follow me. I heavily injured Earth stage human, and you kill him. This way, you can collect more soul points." At that time, Zhou Jinghuan was deeply grateful to his master. He kowtowed to express his gratitude, and even flattered his master. He also praised all his fellow apprentices, so that his senior apprentice brothers and master did not have the slightest doubt about him. Zhou Jinghuan's thoughts were meticulous since he was young. In front of outsiders, he was arrogant, but he treated his senior brothers and master with respect. Therefore, his senior brothers and master trusted him, and didn't think that he would dare to have any bad intentions. However, it was often the case that they raised an ingrate by their side that they didn't realize. This was the most frightening thing. Daoist Golden Wolf held a celebratory feast, and the senior brothers sat together. Zhou Jinghuan specially took out a jar of good wine, and toasted his master and senior brothers. This wine was poisoned by him, and this poison was called spirit-suppressing powder. Once it entered the body, it would cause a cultivator to be unable to use spiritual energy for an hour. Originally, any cultivator would be able to identify this poison as long as they paid attention. However, at that time, everyone was in high spirits, and adding on the fact that it was the sweet-mouthed and obedient junior brother who toasted them, they didn't suspect anything. In the end, after 3 rounds of drinking, Zhou Jinghuan's true colors were revealed. However, even Daoist Golden Wolf didn't expect that he would be framed by his own disciple. He angrily reprimanded Zhou Jinghuan for what he was doing. However, Zhou Jinghuan just raised his flying sword and killed his 9 senior brothers one by one in front of Daoist Golden Wolf. Then, covered in blood, he said, "Master, I admit that you are very good to me, but it's very obvious that Elder Tian Jiancheng of Stargate is more suitable to be my master. With one sword, he directly chopped off Daoist Golden Wolf's head. In the face of huge benefits, the many years of kindness between master and disciple was not worth mentioning for a ruthless person like Cho Jinghuan. Because Daoist Golden Wolf was a body fusion stage cultivator, Cho Jinghuan didn't dare to be careless. He chopped off Daoist Golden Wolf's head with one sword, cutting off the possibility of Daoist Golden Wolf removing the poison and recovering his strength to kill him. Then, he chopped off the heads of all his senior brothers. After confirming that they were dead, he burned them all with fire. Then, he lied to the outside world that it was Fire Human that attacked and burned his master and 9 senior brothers to death. After doing this, Cho Jinghuan immediately went to Extreme Immortal Pavilion and used the 6,000 soul points in his palm to exchange for the qualifications to become Elder Tian Jiancheng's disciple. This matter caused a stir in Wuqiu City, because up until now, it had only been less than a month since the war with Human officially started, and Cho Jinghuan was the first person to collect 6,000 soul point. Stargate's attitude towards this matter was very important, because this matter was related to whether or not the 8 gates would keep their word, and also related to whether or not Extreme Immortal Pavilion's many tempting rewards could be fulfilled. What made everyone excited was that the Heavenly Star sect was a man of his word. Without any hesitation, Tian Jiancheng agreed to accept Cho Jinghuan as his disciple. He also decided to hold the apprenticeship ceremony to let everyone know the authenticity of the exchange of soul point. Cho Jinghuan's master ceremony today didn't just represent his own actions, but also the benefits of killing Human and the importance of collecting soul points. At this moment, Cho Jinghuan was still standing there with a beaming smile on his face, receiving everyone's envious and disdainful gazes. He didn't feel that his actions were disgraceful. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. People with high status weren't afraid of people gossiping about them. A large group of cultivators surrounded Rui Restaurant. Everyone came to watch Cho Jinghuan's master ceremony and were very interested in this matter. The cultivators were also discussing Cho Jinghuan spiritedly. I didn't think that Cho Jinghuan would really become Elder Tian Jiancheng's disciple. How can it be fake? How can the 8 gates actions be fake? This way, I have even more motivation to bravely kill Human. Come on. Killing Human isn't as practical as killing a few people with higher cultivation than you. A very young youth muttered, killing people with higher cultivation? That's too difficult. We're not vile people like Cho Jinghuan who would even kill his own master. Sure, lower your voice. He's the disciple of Elder Tian Jiancheng, a 9th heavenly layer body integration stage expert from Stargate. If you dare to talk nonsense, cutting off your tongue would be a light punishment. If you lose your life, you deserve it. A middle-aged man immediately scolded the youth. The youth realized that he had said something wrong. Just as he raised his head, he saw Cho Jinghuan standing at the door and staring at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He was immediately scared out of his wits and squeezed his way to the back without looking back. As soon as he raised his head, he bumped into someone. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. The youth nervously apologized. Chapter 980. There were many people outside of Rui Restaurant, but not everyone had the qualifications to enter. Those who received the invitation had already entered. Those outside were at most a group of cultivators who came to join in the fun. Congratulations, Valley Master Cho. An old man from the Meteor House walked over. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Spirit Severing stage, and his name was Wei Ziqian. Meteor House and Golden Wolf Valley had old grudges and could be considered mortal enemies. However, because they received Cho Jinghuan's invitation, they didn't dare to not come. Even if they didn't give Cho Jinghuan face, they had to give Tian Jiancheng face. So it's Daoist Wei. Long time no see. It's a pity that Daoist Wei still hasn't broken through to the body integration stage after so many years. Cho Jinghuan looked at Lai Ziqian with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He didn't hide the ridicule in his words at all. His tone was rather arrogant and even had a provocative expression. Wei Ziqian was incomparably furious. In the past, Chou Jinghuan was like a son of a bitch when he saw him. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Now, he dared to provoke him. However, Wei Ziqian couldn't do anything. Chou Jinghuan was vicious and merciless. He killed his own master and 9 senior brothers, collected 6,000 soul points, and became Tian Zhencheng's disciple. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only endure it. Valley Master Chou must be joking. How can I compare to Valley Master Chou's cultivation and ability? Wei Ziqian stroked his beard and laughed. You're already rotten wood, and your cultivation has stopped here. Of course you can't compare to me. Don't you think so? Chou Jinghuan said with naked contempt. Even if his cultivation wasn't enough in front of Wei Ziqian, and Wei Ziqian, who was at the 9th level of the spirit severing stage, could kill him with one slap, he dared to speak like this because he had the confidence. Wei Ziqian's face twitched. If it was a normal situation, he would have already killed Chou Jinghuan. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do so now. He could only cup his hands and laugh. Valley Master Chou is a man of striking appearance. I've made a fool of myself. Chou Jinghuan proudly looked at Wei Ziqian and said, Wei Ziqian, I heard you have a daughter who is devastatingly beautiful, a feast for the eyes. In my opinion, why don't you marry your daughter to me? In the future, I can also give you some pointers in front of my master. Becoming my father-in-law is your honor. Wei Ziqian's face changed. He was already over 70 years old, and he had gotten a precious daughter in his later years. It could be said that he doted on her a lot. She was only 18 years old, and Chou Jinghuan was not a gentleman. If he married his daughter to him, it would be the same as sending his daughter into the fire pit. Valley Master Chou, you must be joking. How could my daughter be worthy of Valley Master Chou? Wei Ziqian hurriedly said. I don't dare to seek connections with you. That's where you're wrong. It's your fortune that I've taken a fancy to your daughter. You should be grateful. How can you say that I'm out of your league? Becoming my father-in-law is a blessing from your ancestors. You should be happy. Am I wrong, father-in-law? Chou Jinghuan patted Wei Ziqian's shoulder. But Valley Master Chou, this matter, Wei Ziqian could not wait to slap Chou Jinghuan to death. This fellow was so arrogant that he dared to be so rude to him. He was a spirit-severing stage 9 cultivator, and yet he was treated like this by a spirit-severing stage 1 cultivator. This was too much. Chou Jinghuan's eyes revealed a trace of threat. Old fart Wei, I call you father-in-law. You should be flattered. Instead of kneeling down and thanking me, you dare to spout nonsense in front of me? Could it be that you look down on my master, and think that I'm not worthy of you? Wei Ziqian thought of Tian Zhencheng, who was at the body integration stage 9, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. If he offended Stargate, it would not be as simple as his daughter getting into trouble. He was afraid that the entire meteor house would be exterminated. He hurriedly bowed, Valley Master Chou, I'm afraid that my daughter is not sensible enough, and cannot serve Valley Master Chou well. Chou Jinghuan looked at Wei Ziqian who was bowing in front of him, and was extremely proud of himself. He said, whether or not she can serve well, that will depend on your daughter's ability. If she can't serve well, I will teach her well. You can rest assured. I think the 6th of this month is a good day. 3 days later, I will send someone to the meteor house to pick up the bride. You should quickly take a seat. I still have to entertain other guests. What? 3 days later. Wei Ziqian was shocked, and then the shock turned into anger. However, he did not dare to show it. He could only walk to the side with a gloomy face and find a seat to sit down. His face was ashen as he thought about how to get through this difficult situation. He even thought of killing Chou Jinghuan. Even if he had to risk his life, he could not let his daughter be sullied by such a treacherous person. However, there were already many spirit-severing experts in this restaurant. Just now, many people were paying attention to his actions. If he were to kill someone, there would definitely be people who would stop him. He did not have the confidence to kill Chou Jinghuan. Chou Jinghuan looked at Wei Ziqian, who was sitting in the corner with a face full of hatred, and sneered in his heart, Old man, I heard that you killed a lot of human demons on the battlefield this time. Wait until I get my hands on your daughter, then use her as a hostage to kill you. At that time, your soul points will also be mine." Cho Jing-hwan revealed a malicious smile. He even dared to kill his own master. What was a mere father-in-law to him? In the next hour, more and more elders and sect masters from various sects came to congratulate them. Cho Jing-hwan stood at the door in an overbearing manner, holding his head high in front of everyone. He had an arrogant look on his face, and his tone was also very rude. Although these guests looked down on Cho Jing-hwan from the bottom of their hearts, they did not dare to show it. Even if they were insulted by Cho Jing-hwan, they could only smile and welcome him. "Elder Tian Jiancheng has arrived." A loud voice rang out from the crowd, and the entire street suddenly quieted down. The crowd immediately opened up a path, and a hale and hearty white-haired old man slowly walked towards the auspicious Wish restaurant, surrounded by a group of severed soul stage cultivators. This old man's complexion was ruddy and his temperament was imposing. He looked quite sage-like. His calm and restrained aura faintly circulated, intimidating the surrounding people and making them feel reverent. Tian Jiancheng, 9th heavenly layer of the unification stage, was now an influential figure in the cultivation world. He was known as the #1 person under the tribulation passing stage. When he appeared, everyone was in awe. Now that Tian Jiancheng was known as the #1 person under the tribulation passing stage, his name was naturally like thunder. No one dared to be disrespectful to him. "Strange." Mu Yu in the crowd stared at Tian Jiancheng and said softly, "What's wrong?" Little Shuai asked. Mu Yu shook his head. He always felt that there was something strange about Tian Jiancheng. When he was in Clearwater City, Tian Jiancheng was arrogant and despotic. Later, he was controlled by Xiongnan's demon soul and became a chess piece that Xiongnan placed in Stargate. Because Tian Jiancheng, who was possessed by the demon soul, knew Mu Yu planned to use him to enter Stargate. However, Mu Yu had seen some people possessed by demon souls. Their eyes were more or less filled with a trace of the wildness of demon beasts. However, when Mu Yu saw Tian Jiancheng, he found that Tian Jiancheng was different from other people who were controlled by demon souls. Tian Jiancheng looked like a normal cultivator. His every movement carried the demeanor of a senior expert. Even his eyes were no different from a normal person's. If it were anyone else who saw Tian Jiancheng, they would treat him as a mature and steady expert. Mu Yu didn't understand, but Tian Jiancheng was already walking towards Rui Restaurant with a smile on his face. At the entrance of Rui Restaurant, Cho Jing-hwan, who was originally arrogant and conceited, immediately put on a humble and flattering appearance when he heard Tian Jiancheng's arrival. The change on his face was very fast and natural, without any abruptness. It was as if this was a natural skill of his. Disciple greets master. May master live a long and healthy life, and may your immortal might last forever. Cho Jing-hwan strode forward, knelt on the ground, and buried his head in the ground. The arrogance from before was completely gone. It was as if he was a humble and obedient disciple. Everyone was disgusted by Cho Jing-hwan's completely different attitude. However, they had to admit that Cho Jing-hwan's every move was just right. It was as if he sincerely treated Tian Jiancheng as his master. Perhaps it was because of his ability to please others that his master and senior brother let down their guard and successfully carried out their plan to kill their master. Tian Jiancheng walked to Cho Jing-hwan's side and stopped. He nodded slightly. "Our Stargate always keeps our promises. Since you've already made contributions on the battlefield and used enough soul points to exchange for the qualifications to become my disciple, then from now on, you'll follow Master to kill enemies on the battlefield and contribute to the cultivation world." Tian Jiancheng's words sounded amiable and approachable. He didn't put on any airs, which made people have a good impression of him. Everyone thought that this person deserved to be called the #1 person under the tribulation passing stage. With this kind of bearing, he was indeed worthy of this title. Disciple will remember Master's teachings. From now on, I'll definitely follow Master with all my strength and pledge to follow Master until death. I'll kill human and bring benefits to the cultivation world. Cho Jing-hwan said these words with sincerity. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone around knew his temperament, they might have taken his words seriously. Pledged to follow master until death. Daoist Golden Wolf's corpse hasn't even turned cold yet, and he can't wait to acknowledge someone else as his master. Everyone secretly cursed Chou Jinghuan in their hearts. Get up, Tian Jiancheng said indifferently. Thank you, master. Chou Jinghuan stood up from the ground and bowed in front of Tian Jiancheng. Master, please come in. Tian Jiancheng strode into Rui restaurant. Chou Jinghuan maintained a humble and respectful attitude, not daring to show the slightest bit of neglect. The surrounding people started to discuss again. Tian Jiancheng's words just now had undoubtedly given everyone a shot of confidence. It seemed that no matter what method they used to collect soul points, the people of the 8 gates would choose to turn a blind eye to it. Even if they strictly forbade killing each other in the beginning, it didn't matter. This was because the matter of Chou Jinghuan deceiving his master and killing his ancestors was only a rumor. There was no conclusive evidence, so it was impossible to prove Chou Jinghuan's crime. Can a master really feel at ease with a disciple like this by his side? Mu Yu said indifferently. Chapter 981. The Ruyi restaurant was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, creating a jubilant atmosphere. After Tian Jiancheng entered the inn, all the guests had already stood up and bowed respectfully towards Tian Jiancheng. Master, please take a seat. Chou Jinghuan respectfully led Tian Jiancheng to the seat of honor in the center of the hall. There was already a luxurious armchair carved with emerald and diamond. On top of it was a rug made from the fur of a rank 7 mystical lion. It was very tasteful. Tian Jiancheng slightly nodded towards the others and walked forward in large strides. He sat on the seat of honor and said indifferently, "Everyone, please take a seat." When the other guests saw Tian Jiancheng speak in such a polite manner, they were also flattered. One after another, they sat down after expressing their thanks. Everyone, to be able to personally witness this old man's disciple acceptance ceremony, I am also indebted to everyone for thinking highly of this new disciple of mine. It seems that this disciple of mine is quite popular. In the future, I will need everyone to take care of him. Tian Jiancheng slowly said. Sir must be joking. To be able to meet Valley Master Chou is naturally our fortune. We should be indebted to Valley Master Chou for thinking highly of us. Everyone quickly said. However, everyone was already cursing in their hearts. If it wasn't for Tian Jiancheng, this almighty senior's face, who would think highly of a disciple like Chou Jinghuan who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors? However, since Chou Jinghuan had already climbed onto Tian Jiancheng's thigh, then in the future, no one would dare to casually question Chou Jinghuan's past. If Chou Jinghuan wanted to clear his name, it would be more than enough. Then, let's begin the apprenticeship ceremony, Tian Jiancheng said. This apprenticeship ceremony was originally for all the cultivators to see. The more grand it was, the more convincing it would be, and the more helpful it would be for the threefold palace plan. Someone had already brought a red silk robe and put it on Chou Jinghuan. Chou Jinghuan solemnly kneeled 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to Tian Jiancheng. Then, he respectfully prostrated himself at Tian Jiancheng's feet. He held a cup of tea and said, "Master, please have some tea." "Well, after drinking this cup of tea, you are my disciple," Tian Jiancheng said with a smile. Everyone was envious of Chou Jinghuan as they watched Tian Jiancheng pick up the cup of tea. Chou Jinghuan had killed his own master and became the disciple of Tian Jiancheng, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm. This was a disgusting and enviable thing because no one had the guts to do such a thing. However, everyone understood one thing in their hearts. In the future, they could no longer blindly trust their own disciples and their fellow apprentices who were weaker than them. Because one day, those close and trusted people who were close to them would wave their butcher's knife at them. Chou Jinghuan was also extremely excited. He was naturally overjoyed to be able to climb to this position. However, he naturally wasn't satisfied with this. As long as there was a chance in the future, he wanted to curry favor with a crossing calamity stage senior. Once he was chosen by a crossing calamity stage senior, He would be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the cultivation world. Chou Jinghuan was very ambitious. In his opinion, Tian Jiancheng couldn't be his last master. However, at least for now, he needed to do his best to please Tian Jiancheng and find an opportunity to curry favor with the crossing calamity stage seniors of Stargate. Tian Jiancheng gently lifted the lid of the teacup. Just as he was about to take a sip, an indifferent voice suddenly spread throughout the entire inn. Tian Jiancheng, you dare to drink the tea offered by a heartless and unscrupulous person like Chou Jinghuan? Aren't you afraid of becoming the second Golden Wolf Valley Master? This voice came very abruptly and calmly, but it was very harsh to the ears as it echoed in front of everyone. Everyone was slightly stunned. No one thought that someone would dare to speak the truth so unscrupulously at this time. Tian Jiancheng frowned slightly. The tea in his hand stopped in mid-air. He raised his head and looked at the figure standing in the middle of the hall. Chou Jinghuan was inexplicably said like this. He suddenly became angry. He turned his head and saw a plainly dressed young man looking at him with contempt. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous here? Men! Take him down! Chou Jinghuan shouted angrily. Take me down? Are you counting on your lackeys? Or are you counting on Tian Jiancheng? Mu Yu glanced around with contempt. His sudden appearance also shocked everyone. They didn't think that there would be someone who dared to cause trouble in this kind of apprenticeship ceremony. Chou Jinghuan glanced around and found that the people of Golden Wolf Valley he brought with him had fallen down at some point. They were no longer breathing. The door of the inn had been closed long ago, putting an end to the nosy people on the street. Chou Jinghuan stood up, pointed at Mu Yu, and said fiercely, How dare you call my master's name? You're courting death. Being able to quietly kill the people he brought with him in front of so many people without killing the other guests, this kind of strength was definitely far above him. But he remembered that he was now the apprentice of Tian Jiancheng, the elder of Stargate in the 9th heavenly layer of the unification stage. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of this reckless person in front of him. Who is this person? How dare he be so presumptuous here? I don't know. What is he doing here so recklessly at such a young age? Doesn't he know that today is the apprenticeship ceremony of Tian Jiancheng? Yes. We don't dare to say those words out loud. This guy actually dares to say it out loud. He's really tired of living. The surrounding guests suddenly talked about it. Tian Jiancheng was known as the #1 person under the crossing calamity stage. He was personally accepting a disciple, which was quite a grand event. They didn't expect that there would be someone who would cause trouble. It was really unexpected. There are two kinds of people I hate the most in my life. One is the selfish and hypocritical villain, and the other is the traitor who deceives his master and kills his fellow disciples. People like you who kill their master for benefits are the most despised. Mu Yu said coldly. Chou Jinghuan's face changed. Although he had done these things, no one in the cultivation world had evidence, and no one dared to say anything at this time. But Mu Yu said it out loud without any reservation. How could he tolerate it with his vengeful character? You're courting death. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of my master. I'll let you know what it means to meddle in other people's business and you won't live long. Chou Jinghuan's hand moved, and a black machete appeared in his hand. Stop. Tian Jiancheng put down the teacup and said lightly. Chou Jinghuan's face immediately changed into a respectful expression. Yes, master. Master, this person is acting recklessly. He dares to offend you and disturb our apprenticeship ceremony. He deserves to die. Master, do you want to kill this person to establish your prestige? Tian Jiancheng stood up and looked at Mu Yu thoughtfully. Everyone shook their heads slightly. In their opinion, once Tian Jiancheng took action, no one in the cultivation world would be his opponent except for the mighty figures in the crossing calamity stage. This person who didn't know life from death was dead for sure. Tian Jiancheng slowly walked to Mu Yu. Everyone was waiting for Tian Jiancheng to kill this arrogant young man with a slap. Chou Jinghuan looked at Tian Jiancheng with resentment and excitement, imagining the magnificent feat of Tian Jiancheng tearing this young man to pieces. Plop. I'm Tian Jiancheng. Greetings, master. However, To everyone's surprise, the silver-haired and sage-like Tian Jiancheng directly knelt down in front of Mu Yu and respectfully buried his head at Mu Yu's feet. His tone was like that of a servant. Shocking. Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That was Elder Tian Jiancheng, who was in the 9th heaven of the combination stage. Whether it was Stargate, Tian Jiancheng, 9th heaven of the combination stage, or the strongest person under the crossing calamity stage, these words were enough to make people revere him. Usually, wherever he appeared with the identity of Tian Jiancheng, a large group of people would bow down to him and try to please him. However, no one expected that Tian Jiancheng would kneel in front of a strange young man at this time. Who on earth is this person? Why is he able to make Tian Jiancheng bow to him like this? It should be known that with Tian Jiancheng's cultivation and identity, even when Tian Buluo was still alive, Tian Jiancheng wouldn't dare to make Tian Jiancheng bow to him like this. Everyone felt as if their hearts had skipped a beat. They were completely frightened by Tian Jiancheng's behavior. Chou Jinghuan's face was also full of shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. Originally, he was full of joy that Tian Jiancheng could personally kill this gossiper for him and establish his prestige. In the future, no one in the cultivation world would dare to question his past scandals. However, the scene in front of him almost made his eyes pop out. Is the person kneeling on the ground really Tian Jiancheng, the elder of Stargate? The entire inn was silent. No one dared to make a sound. Mu Yu slightly frowned. He also didn't expect Tian Jiancheng to bow to him like this. His 100 faces illusion array naturally showed his true face to Tian Jiancheng. Originally, he thought that he would have to tame this old guy, but he didn't expect this old guy to be so tactful. Stand up and speak. Mu Yu always felt that Tian Jiancheng seemed to have become very complicated. There was a hidden wildness in his body, but it wasn't as unscrupulous as Chu Kuang's. This aura even felt a little familiar. It couldn't be said to be familiar. Thank you, Master. Tian Jiancheng stood up respectfully. He lowered his head and looked at Chu Kuang with a respectful expression. Tian Jiancheng's expression made everyone's brain suffer a violent shock. They couldn't understand why Tian Jiancheng would be so respectful to a young man. What do you mean by this? Mu Yu asked calmly. Tian Jiancheng respectfully replied, replying to Your Excellency, Master once said that meeting Your Excellency is the same as meeting him. Your Excellency's orders are Master's orders, so I didn't dare to disobey. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. The master that Tian Jiancheng spoke of was undoubtedly Xiongnan. It was no wonder that Tian Jiancheng would act in such a manner. After all, Xiongnan's monster soul couldn't disobey his orders. If Tian Jiancheng wasn't as arrogant and despotic as Chu Kuang and the other extreme immortals, then he must have received orders from Xiongnan. In that case, Tian Jiancheng must be related to Xiongnan. However, now wasn't the time to talk about Xiongnan. Mu Yu looked at Chou Jinghuan coldly and said, I don't like people who betray their masters. Tian Jiancheng immediately nodded and said, Master, I understand. Chapter 982. Master, you. I'm your disciple. Chou Jinghuan hurriedly knelt in front of Tian Jiancheng and kept kowtowing. His expression was mournful, and he looked very innocent. People who didn't know him would really think that he was a good disciple. Chou Jinghuan had already felt the killing intent from Tian Jiancheng, and his heart turned cold. He didn't understand why Tian Jiancheng was so different from before. He had always been meticulous. Even if he wanted to become a disciple, he didn't want to be taught by Tian Jiancheng. He only wanted to gain power. As long as he became Tian Jiancheng's disciple, Golden Wolf Valley could expand unscrupulously in the future and dominate a region. He had thought of all his beautiful dreams, but he didn't expect such an accident to happen today. Disciple? You originally had the chance to become my disciple. Tian Jiancheng reached out his hand and slowly grasped Chou Jinghuan's head. But my master wants you dead, so you can only die. Tian Jiancheng said indifferently. No, master, please spare my life. Chou Jinghuan shouted in horror. He didn't even feel this scared when he killed his master, But now he was so scared by Tian Jiancheng that he lost control of his bowels. Master, you can't kill me. I used soul points to exchange for the qualification to become your disciple. If you kill me, you'll violate the promise of Extreme Immortal Pavilion and Stargate. This won't convince the world. Chou Jinghuan hurriedly shouted. He wanted to struggle, but in front of Tian Jiancheng, who was at the 9th heavenly layer of body fusion, he had no room to struggle. Although people like you are worse than animals, you are still useful to me. Tian Jiancheng said slowly. Yes, yes, yes. I'm worse than a beast. I'm not a human. Master, don't kill me. I swear I'll be loyal to you in the future. I'll be at your beck and call. I'll be your cow and horse. I'll be an obedient dog. I beg you to spare my dog life. Chou Jinghuan was willing to kill his teacher for his own benefit, and he was willing to throw away his dignity in order to survive. He was a person without a bottom line. I know you can do it, Tian Jiancheng said. Tian Jiancheng's words made Chou Jinghuan's eyes light up. Chou Jinghuan seemed to have found a life-saving straw and a glimmer of hope for survival. He said earnestly, Master, I promise that in the future, I will definitely. Tian Jiancheng shook his head. It's a pity that His Excellency doesn't want you to live. Crack. Cracks appeared on Chou Jinghuan's skull, and red and white brain matter gushed out. His entire head was already badly mutilated. Tian Jiancheng waved his hand indifferently, and Chou Jinghuan's head was taken off by him. With a burst of spiritual power in his hand, Chou Jinghuan's head turned into powder and dissipated. A headless corpse fell to the ground, a ghastly sight in the eyes of all the guests. Chou Jinghuan never thought that he would end up in the same state as he had chopped off the heads of his teacher and senior brother in order to obtain soul points. The guests were all stunned. How could they have thought that they would see such a terrifying scene? Tian Jiancheng actually killed Chou Jinghuan. Although Chou Jinghuan, a treacherous villain who deceived his teacher and killed his ancestors, deserved to die, he still used soul points to exchange for the qualifications to become Tian Jiancheng's disciple. Now that he was killed, it would undoubtedly make the 8 Gates promise go down the drain. It would also break the trust of the entire cultivation world. Tian Jiancheng calmly finished killing, then walked to Mu Yu's side. He bowed and asked, His Excellency, do you want to kill everyone here? They saw something they shouldn't have. The faces of all the guests in the restaurant immediately changed. This matter really couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, Stargate's reputation would be ruined. If they wanted to keep this a secret, then the best way was to kill everyone. Senior Tian Jiancheng, and this His Excellency, we will definitely keep this a secret. Please be magnanimous. A middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and said. That's right. Chou Jinghuan was unscrupulous and ungrateful. His death couldn't wipe out his crimes. His Excellency killed him for his own safety. We can't be more than happy. How could we gossip? We will definitely keep this a secret for His Excellency. Wei Ziqian, who was in the corner and threatened by Chou Jinghuan with his daughter, immediately said. His words were indeed sincere. If Chou Jinghuan was killed, his daughter wouldn't fall into the devil's claws. He couldn't be more happy. How could he gossip? The other guests also expressed their stance and swore that they wouldn't leak the secret. However, Tian Jiancheng didn't care about them at all. He was only waiting for Mu Yu to speak. Mu Yu snorted lightly. The runes of the divine soul array under his feet had already enveloped everyone and erased their memories. His Excellency, you didn't kill them? Tian Jiancheng said with some surprise. Should I have killed them? Mu Yu asked back. Tian Jiancheng lowered his head. His Excellency, please forgive me. This lowly one didn't dare to guess. Mu Yu snorted. I need you to take me to the Stargate. With your status, you should be able to enter all the secret places in the Stargate, right? Yes, His Excellency. There's no place in the Stargate that I can't go. Tian Jiancheng was already at the 9th heavenly layer of the combination realm. He was known as the strongest person below the crossing calamity stage. With his status in the Stargate, he naturally could go anywhere. Okay, then we'll leave for the Stargate immediately. With a wave of his hand, Mu Yu sent out a blast of spiritual energy, directly shattering Chou Jinghuan's headless corpse. You can leave this place with the excuse that you want to take Chou Jinghuan back to the Stargate. These guests will verify it for you. It won't arouse any suspicion. Mu Yu had already tampered with everyone's memories. He had them continue to pretend that nothing had happened and complete the apprenticeship ceremony. After that, they would disperse. As for the crowd outside who had gathered to watch the fun, Mu Yu had already set up an illusion array at the entrance, letting them see what they were supposed to see. Yes, His Excellency. However, this lowly one still needs to report to Tian Huyang. Otherwise, if it arouses suspicion, I'm afraid it will affect His Excellency's plan, Tian Zhencheng said. This was because if there was any disturbance, it would arouse suspicion. With Chou Jinghuan dead, Stargate's actions would be questioned by the cultivators. Tian Zhencheng would naturally be summoned by Tian Huyang for questioning. Then, he wouldn't be able to take Mu Yu back to the Stargate. Mu Yu discovered that Tian Zhencheng didn't look like a person whose consciousness was dominated by a barbaric demon soul. On the contrary, he did things cleanly and efficiently. His thoughts were comprehensive and could be considered a capable assistant. No wonder he could successfully climb to the position of the number one person below the crossing calamity stage. Mu Yu didn't understand how Xiong Nan had trained him to become such a person. You can go now. Find me outside Wuqiu City in an hour. After Mu Yu finished speaking, he disappeared from the restaurant. Tian Zhencheng stood in place and pondered for a moment. He looked at the guests who were drinking as if nothing had happened. Then, he turned around and disappeared from the restaurant as well. When he reappeared, he was in a remote farmhouse in the northern part of the city. He didn't explain to Tian Huyang, who was at the crossing calamity stage, as he had said. Tian Zhencheng looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one around, he pressed his hand on the door. The originally plain wooden door was about to fall off when a black shadow suddenly flashed past. A strange fluctuation came from the wooden door and Tian Zhencheng disappeared from the doorway. From the outside, it looked like a simple and crude courtyard. However, when Tian Zhencheng walked in, the courtyard had changed. It was very spacious inside, as if he had arrived in a spacious room. In the middle of the room was a 2-foot-wide black shadow. This black shadow was very strange. It emitted a tearing force that pulled at the surrounding light. All the light seemed to be sucked in by this black shadow, causing the surroundings to become extremely dark. Tian Zhencheng quickly walked to the side of this black shadow. He cast a spell with both hands. A blue light appeared from his sleeves and was injected into the black shadow. After the blue light was injected into the black shadow, the whole black shadow suddenly began to spin. It was as if someone had stirred the black shadow. Then, the blue light slowly transformed into a vague human figure. However, the person's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Tian Zhencheng immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Master, I have found his whereabouts." An indifferent voice sounded, "What is he doing?" Tian Zhencheng bowed and said, "This subordinate doesn't know. However, this subordinate guesses that he is here to destroy the Stargate." Destroy the Stargate? The voice of the vague human figure seemed to be a little surprised. After a moment of silence, the vague human figure spoke again. "Has Mu Yu noticed anything unusual about you?" Tian Zhencheng shook his head, "Not yet." "Then you should know what to do," the figure continued. "This subordinate understands." Tian Zhencheng stood up. The blue light in the black shadow gradually disappeared as if it had been swallowed by the black shadow. In a pavilion outside Wuqiu City, Mu Yu leaned against the railing of the pavilion. His brows were slightly furrowed as if he was thinking about something. There was a xian flower tree outside the pavilion. This was a kind of tree that was commonly seen in the cultivation world. When it bloomed, the fragrance of the flowers would fill the air. It was refreshing and could also refresh the mind. However, it wasn't the season for the xian flower tree to bloom yet. The buds had just grown and were waiting to bloom. Xiao Shuai was jumping up and down like an innocent and naughty child. Looking at the buds of the xian flower tree, he said happily, "Mu Yu, I want to eat the flowers of the xian flower tree." The petals of the xian flower tree were edible. According to Xiao Shuai, It tasted like fried sugar cake. However, the xian flower tree hadn't bloomed yet. Mu Yu looked at the xian flower tree outside the pavilion. The xian flower tree emitted a wave of joy. He reached out his hand and gently brushed it. The buds of the xian flower tree all bloomed. The fragrance of the flowers filled the entire pavilion. Xiao Shuai happily broke off a branch of the xian flower tree. It was full of white flowers. He plucked the petals and stuffed them into his mouth to chew. Mu Yu, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Just thinking about some strange things. Mu Yu turned around and sat on a chair in the pavilion. He didn't say much. After a while, Tian Jiancheng appeared in the pavilion. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Mu Yu." Mu Yu nodded calmly. "Have you explained everything?" "Yes, Lord," Tian Jiancheng said. "Then let's go to Stargate now." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,